Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Sinona magahi dakuluna masapin ikanai na hampumoksa hamtodu igi mamomi dumikiki satinahu salapi alo manom na hamtodu na familia ai nanan mommy gilu tanu sizus maasi ni todu ibidamu atanona hampagu ni minauling na titomu ai sam sen wajai pa maguonmu ai diman likwam na familia di hagi kapeta alo manahu ne bina patu o fanboka sai sadinas na nengkanu sumen moni gilu tonu para hamini gumaiza imindyoka ai nana moni gilu tonu Jesus maasini todu ibidamu atanana ampagu ni minauling na titomu aisa sen wajai pa maguonmu Titomu ai sa sen wajai pa maguonmu saben pangagaya todu kifionu
Rosin ya uli di sombranza e zuita saluda antes de niga radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em a nogi distancia como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalalapa gilo tanu man libri sentamiti man ko badi
jet loose. I love girls born on Guam. They're the ones who make all of us strong. I love everything about this little island, and when I get off, I come back again. Oh, why would I want to leave? Where the trees are palm and dance with me, where a real good song is from a magic day. Oh, I so lucky. 'Cause I love Guam, I love you. I've got love for all my jet loose. I love girls born on Guam. They're the ones who make all of us strong. Cause I love Guam, I love you. I've got love for all my jet loose. I love girls born on Guam. They're the ones who make all of us strong. I love Guam, I love you. I've got love for all my jet loose. I love girls born on Guam. They're the ones who make all of us strong.
Good morning, Guam. That's the Holy Week version, Jay.
Yes. Good morning. Good
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mike. Good morning, Jason. It's 6:16, Monday, March 29th. Viva Lunes. Welcome to the link.
Biba Holy Week.
Yeah. Good morning on you. It's Monday. The show is proudly brought to you by East West Rental. You guys got a big project going on? All right, they can help you out. Cabo Enterprises, IT&E carrier for all my aircon babies, keeping it cool at 647 Cool. Good morning to our viewers on our Facebook Live feed, Jay.
We have got North Carolina watching us right now. Landon Idlet's family from NWS. So this show is worldwide. And Landon is sending his thoughts and love back to the Tar Heel state.
Jason and Joanna Sablon write in half a day. As does Ken Paulino. Good morning, be safe. Tommaso Canosso, good morning, Guam. Regina Hutchison, hi from North Carolina.
There you go.
Yeah. Debbie Davis, Mama Bear, good morning. Bev Test J. Solis from Orda Chalampago. We're going to have your mayor on this morning. Mayor Jesse Gogui of OCP. You down with OCP?
Yeah, you know me.
Yeah.
Did you know that Mayor Goey, not a lot of people know this, but I remember.
Okay. Hold on. Wait. Let me give this the right. Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh boy.
did you know with Jason Solis?
Okay, yeah. Did you know that if you are from Orda Talampago, or you appreciate the wonderful Dual Village area, Mayor Jesse Gogui is a graduate of the Naval Academy.
Yeah,
He's an Annapolis man.
that's right.
Yeah.
He's a Manopolis. I know this because every time he comes on, he always say it. So
Yeah, he's like, go Navy, beat Army every single time.
right. So he's coming on every Monday around 7:30. We get our update from the Mayor's Council of Guam. So we're getting Mayor Jesse Alec, the president, Mayor Jesse Gogui, and then whoever else on the mayor's side they bring with them. Yeah, that's what happens. And we also check in work week weather every Monday with Landon Idlet from the National Weather Service, fresh off of, what is it, World Meteorological Day?
Yeah, I had a hard time saying that. Like, I anchored the news like last Friday.
Meteorological.
That one almost tripped me up. World Meteorological Day.
Meteorological
Yeah.
Day.
Wait, can I just ask something?
Yeah,
real quick?
go ahead, Jay. You don't got to ask.
Well,
Let's ask it.
We've been talking about, like on Holy Week, which it is now, like, we're going to be not as loud, should we say?
Yeah.
But even I would have to ask my nana this when like when she was taking care of me when I was go to her house in Agani Heights, right? You're not supposed to be loud on Holy Week, right? How loud is loud?
I'm pretty sure they let you know if you cross the line.
Yeah, but I was like, I just didn't. I mean, you know how finicky I am and everything like that. So I mean, I was like, is it above? Obviously, above a whisper.
Yeah, but then there's different exemptions. Like you can apply for, you can apply for your exemption with public health for quarantine or whatever. Like if you're working during Holy Week, then you can make noise because if it's part of your job.
Wait, are high school sports happening this week? Oh no, well, private
Well, it's
schools.
spring break, which is the cruelest joke of all.
No, private schools go back, right? Mike, is St. Paul's back in school this week?
No, it's Holy Week.
Yeah, it's Holy Week.
Okay,
bro.
well, because I know St. John's actually goes back to school this week.
Actually, I think FD has school today and tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, St. John's spring break was last week, but they're back in school today.
right. Guys, so yeah, Palm Sunday. How was your Palm Sunday? Yesterday it was BYOPP.
It was a really nice mass.
Bring your
yesterday.
own personal palms.
Yeah, I was streaming it. It was really cool.
I had a little bit of not a debate, but we're on the way to mass, and so we're just kind of debating the difference between a palm and a coconut leaf.
Oh, a palm and a coconut leaf.
Yeah,
And a palm.
yeah.
A palm is actually several of them together, right? Attached to.
Well, okay, so some people they bring the one long strip of the palm, then other people bring like the coconut. And so when we're on the way to mass, I was like, man, is this a palm or is this a coconut? I was kind of like having a panic attack about it. I was like, I don't want to go into the church. They'd be like, hold on, whoa, 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 whoa. That's a coconut leaf.
All of a sudden the light
Thou
just-
shalt not pass. But then when I got in, people just had whatever. There's one lady with a house plant. You know what I mean?
Really?
Some people took like the whole tree practically. And then, of course, the Archbishop had like the longest palm. I think it was like 12 feet long. Anyway, so yeah, that was the official start of the Holy Week festivities, if you will. It's maybe the wrong word. Observation, maybe, is the right word.
Yeah, but mass was very, very lovely yesterday. It
Yeah,
nice.
it was. They change it up, so they kind of do like a little homily in the beginning with the incense and all that. It was quite an experience. Yeah, but Easter is Sunday, guys. Remember last year, Easter? Yeah, you don't remember it because it didn't happen.
Wait, April Fool's Day this week, is it Wednesday or Thursday?
I think it's Thursday.
Thursday, yeah.
Yeah.
So April Fool's Day is on Thursday.
Right.
Technically, that's also the day that April 1st was the day the governor said. Is that one of the
No, May
thresholds?
1st is the day, Jay.
May 1st, yeah. It was supposed to be April 1st, and then they pushed it back, right?
Right.
Yeah,
So May
okay.
1st, they were reopening the island. Apparently, that's what's happening in this next month. Right. So yeah, last year we didn't have Easter. As you may recall, we had the lieutenant governor was coming on at that time, and he was disappointed because he had said he wanted to see me in a pink bunny suit. So maybe this year, guys, maybe this year.
I
So-
wonder if
Yeah.
there's going to be guidance from Adelupa and
There's no more guidance. Come on, is there still it's not even an emergency anymore?
No,
Why
this-
are we even in an emergency for real?
Well, this is what I mean, right? Because remember last year they were saying if you do plan to do something for Thanksgiving or for Christmas, here's how you might want to do. If you
Right,
have to drop
yeah.
off food, drop it off, and then.
But I
just,
feel like it's all out the
getting it
window
up.
now. I just was I stopped at the gas station on the way in this morning, and this one guy came up to me and says, "Hey, did you hear about so and so's funeral?" And he's like, "Yeah, they might as well have made it like there was some funeral over the weekend that was like super packed, and everyone was talking about it. There's also one last week where let's just be real. Certain people, families pass on Guam. It's going to be huge no matter what." And so this guy I ran into was just kind of complaining about how certain funerals get a pass and that as many people can show up. And I'm pretty sure, you guys probably know a funeral. There's only how many funerals. But he was saying, yeah, so it's crazy how like the rules apply to some people and they don't apply that. Well, guess what? That's Guam. 6:23. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
How's your weekend?
It was good.
Pretty good. How's that Jits life?
It's hard.
So you're
Sorry,
on,
no.
you're on week
Guys,
two.
just so you know, Sabrina's on week 2. She's almost ready for a brown belt.
Whatever.
She's on week 2 of taking jiu-jitsu classes on what, Saturdays?
Saturday. It's a women's class.
Nice.
Saturday mornings.
Good for you. What is it, Heights?
Yeah.
Heights. Okay. So how was this second week?
It was a lot better than the first week.
Do you feel more comfortable?
No, but
Do you feel
I'm
more
not
sore
as sore.
today?
No, I'm not
Oh.
as sore.
Wow.
Because last week you were wincing when you were like coming in and doing the show. You're like
Doing
oh,
the
man.
softball like ooh, ah.
No, I'm a lot better.
That's good.
Nice.
Good for you. You just got to get comfortable. I think with jiu-jitsu, a lot of people who they first get into it, you got to be comfortable like down on the ground. Right?
I'm comfortable. It's just I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing, you know. So they teach
Fighting
you,
for your life.
They teach you like certain grips and things
Yeah.
like that, and I'm still like on side control.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've never done jiu-jitsu, but
Right.
I appreciate.
You got
it.
a body for it, Jay. You should try it out.
Yeah, right.
No, you do. You're long limbed. Yeah, you can,
I weigh like
It is
75 pounds,
so much fun.
dripping
Yeah.
wet. Right? But okay, but
Jiu-jitsu is designed for the nerd to beat the jock.
really.
Yeah.
Okay, but I understand the thing about like there's leverage and there's body control, like Bree said and everything. How much of it did they also say like control your breathing?
Oh yeah, they told me that. They
Yeah.
said breathe,
Yep.
breathe.
Yeah.
You know, like when we do like this
And it
thing
took Bree
where
back to Le Mans.
Can you imagine if you're doing jiu-jitsu with someone else?
I was asleep.
How am I gonna
you know, I
breathe?
was asleep, right?
It's like,
Where?
it's like wait,
Oh,
I
she
can't
gave birth,
roll
yeah.
with this person. I think she's giving birth.
Yeah.
No, but did they actually emphasize that? They say like actually control your breathing or breathe a certain way.
No, they don't really, right?
Well, they do with
They
me.
do?
'Cause, like when I do these,
She freezes
drills, I
up.
just like hold my breath,
you
and they're
hold
like,
your
"No, breathe." I'm like,
Because
"Oh."
remember when we did
You only hold your breath when they're choking you.
remember
Bree.
when we did yoga for a while? They said one of the key things about yoga is you in through the nose, out through the nose.
Yeah.
Right on. So good luck. What belt are you now?
I'm probably below white if there's like
Sub
if there
white.
is one.
Have you
Off
gotten
white.
the gi yet?
Yeah, I have a gi.
Nice. Oh,
I think my daughter's gonna come with me though.
Oh, very
Right.
okay.
But
Okay,
she's
so
done jujitsu before.
Guys, remember this conversation. We're talking about this now, and Bree's complaining about, oh, it's hard to breathe. Da, 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 da. We'll give it a few months.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna whole different Bree over here. She's gonna be coming to work with a gi on, right?
You'll stop, please.
She's gonna be coming with a gi on. She's gonna be like, "Hey guys, yeah. Well, whatever's going on in Gulf Guam's fine. Let's talk jits game." So anyway, I had this chick into my guard.
So more importantly, your son has been doing jiu-jitsu for what, 2 years now? Brock's been at it for 2.5.
Yeah, about 2 years. So.
What is his feedback as for how you're coming along?
He didn't go with me this past Saturday. The first Saturday, he was like, "Wow, Mom, you weren't as bad as I thought you were gonna be."
Wow.
And he was like, "Do not scream, Mom. Just do not scream."
Don't embarrass me, Mom.
So I didn't scream. It maybe like, yeah, I didn't scream.
But you've been taking your boy for 2 years. So just by watching what happens during that 2 years, do you kind of feel like, I mean, it's different when you get down there and you're doing it. But did you feel like, oh, I kind of know what's going on a little
No,
bit?
dude.
Oh.
If you see my Instagram, I'm like the one goofing off in the back, like with my stupid posts, like his roll, my eye roll. You know.
Yeah. No, I know.
Yeah.
All right.
I try to pay attention, but I'm there almost every day, so
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
Okay.
And as a veteran of the FBI Citizens Academy, this is
Shut
just
up.
another thing that you're adding to your quiver. You know what I mean? Bree could probably kill you with like some. What do they teach you in that? Okay, I'm getting the look. I'm getting the dust stare. She's like, you're about to find out what they teach me in that academy.
Okay, what interesting comment now from Bev Test J.
Yes,
Saw.
Jay.
She was talking about we were talking about before about how loud or how quiet you have to be during Holy Week, and
Yeah.
she goes, "Did you guys experience that if you're naughty during Holy Week, the Saturday before Easter would be a
Yeah.
day's worth of spankings?"
Oh,
that
yeah.
was not my experience.
Let's file that under dumb questions, Bev.
My Nana let me know right
That's
away.
why I don't like Easter. I'm sorry. I mean, I love Easter because,
Wait, so
Easter.
they would hold up all of the spanking and you would get it all on one day?
Basically, like, my grandma would recite the last, she would go back before Holy Week. But it was like whatever infraction you did in Holy Week, like if you yelled or you did something or you fought, it was like, oh man, Saturday, it was like, you remember on Holy Monday when you did this? Like, damn, you remember that?
She's got the ledger.
She would have the, yeah.
The worst one is the Babigi Hamadana.
Yeah. So there's the pig.
Don't make noise. Or
Yeah.
The Babigi Hamadana.
The pig. And, God forbid if you try and test that, if you didn't believe,
Yeah.
You know, let's say you were living in the States and you came to Guam, and all of a sudden you're in Guam, and your grandma's telling you some harebrained crazy story about if you make noise during this week, a wild pig is going to come down from the mountain, and no one is going to kill it.
I was that kid.
Yeah, I know.
I
Sabrina
was
didn't-
that kid.
Yeah.
When
She was
I
like,
moved
"Oh
back.
God, make noise and holding a wild pig. Get real."
No, for real. Like my grandmother would tell me that when I first moved back to Guam, and I would actually look out the window. I thought there was really going to be a pig.
Yeah,
It was-
there was. You probably were good.
See, my nana never waited until like Saturday. If I screwed up, and I did on many occasions, she let me know right away, like right then and there.
Corrective action's always
Yeah.
best when it's taken quickly.
But see, and it wasn't something like I made noise and then she's gonna like yell at me from away. It was like swift, silent, effective. Total special forces.
Did you ever get the wood
Come-
clog
Huh?
up the side of the head?
The which?
The wood clogs, man, I hated it. Remember when it
Oh,
was
the-
like the 80s, the clogs were in, the wood ones, and they had the one leather strap over it? Don't
I
make me
got-
Google it,
No,
guys, because if I Google it, it's going to bring back
We've
horrific
talked
childhood
about
memories.
this before. I got the extension cord on the back of the knee.
Right.
That hurts.
I got it all. I got the extension cord, the ballast, the tongan, the ironing cord,
Well, the tongan
the Navy utility belt with the metal thing.
Did you have to hold the books?
Hold the books, nose in the circle,
face the wall.
hold the books while getting whooped. Yep.
Wait, one thing we
I
haven't
remember
talked-
one time I went to school and I had a bunch of L's on my leg, and it was from the utility belt, because you know the utility belt is like
Yeah.
the metal end.
Wait, but did
Y'all
your
were
gra-
bad, huh?
did your grandparents or did your grandparents or parents ever make you like say like the rosary as
You know
as
what though? What
punishment?
I will say, Jay, is honestly, 99% of the time I deserved it. I'm sorry I did. The other 1% I was framed.
No, I brought everything upon myself. I got everything. I deserve everything I got. That's all on me.
Mm-hmm.
But did your grandparents ever say like you have to go say like the rosary, as go in the corner or go to the altar or something like that and like pray the rosary?
We always prayed the rosary all the
Yeah,
time.
not
Yeah.
as punishment. No.
I mean,
No.
like I got an extra rosary once.
Well, there you go. You guys want to talk more about child abuse? Let me know, because that's what they call it nowadays. Back in the days, there was like, this is before CPS was invented, right? And if you got spanked and you went to go tell someone you got spanked, guess what? That person you told that you got spanked would spank you too.
Yeah, nowadays a process server would walk up to you. It's like, excuse me, Mr. Barnett, there's a class action lawsuit from your 5 children because you told them they can't watch TV.
for trying to reinforce Holy
Yeah.
Week procedures.
Yeah, to Christopher Barnett from the 5 undersigned children.
So anyway, back
you,
to this-
You didn't let us watch YouTube this week. So
The
here's a
wild
class action.
pig, if you made noise, it would come down from the jungle and take you away. And I remember there was a couple times during Holy Week where I was just so bored from being quiet, I was praying for that pig to come. Please take me away. Maybe we could make noise in the mountain. It's 6:32. Again, welcome to the link where we're going to go ahead and jump right into the news with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Sabrina Salas-Manzanani, good morning.
Hafide and good morning, everyone. 21-year-old Thano James Fuller was arrested and charged with burglary as a second-degree felony and strangulation, family violence, and interfering with reporting of family violence, all as third-degree felonies. The woman also reported that Fuller assaulted her on March 19th. The woman alleges Fuller became upset over a TikTok video she'd made. Fuller allegedly threatened to hit the victim, then jumped on top of her and choked her with both hands. Another person in the house pulled Fuller off of the victim. The victim then tried to call police after he threatened to kill her, but Fuller allegedly grabbed the phone and threw it to the ground. He was again pulled away from the victim and again threw the victim's phone when she tried to call the police. He then allegedly took a kitchen knife and threatened to stab the victim if she said or did anything. He then allegedly hid the knife in a couch. Court documents state Fuller denied all the allegations, stating, quote, "It's all hearsay. You won't find any evidence." When asked if something did happen, he stated yes, but still denied assaulting the victim. A man was rushed to Naval Hospital Sunday morning following a 911 report of a car that ran off the roadway at the Talifofo Bay Overlook. Guam Fire Department spokesperson Chirika Chargalov says the report was made at 7:16 a.m. The man was unconscious when he was transported to the hospital. His condition is not known at this time. Senators passed a total of 11 bills and 1 resolution during session late Friday. They include a pair introduced at the request of the governor. One would refund certain bonds backed by business privilege taxes that would save millions in debt service over the next 3 years. The other would appropriate $3 million to fund a new enhanced emergency 911 fund. Nestor Lecanto has a look at some of the other key measures that were approved.
One was Senator Clint Rigel's bill to criminalize agricultural theft. He said it was drafted at the urging of local farmers who also wanted to add more teeth to the law.
They felt that the current theft of property law wasn't explicit enough in including agricultural products. In addition to that, they also wanted to allow for ways to have people caught stealing also be required to pay back the farmers for that theft.
Also passed was a measure by Senator Tello Taitigui to change the official name of the village of Inarahan to the Chamorro pronunciation, Inalahan.
It is the impact Bill 60 will have on our children and our adults, from Inalahan to Jigo, who with open mind and hearts are learning more and reconnecting with their Chamorro identity. Biba Inalahan.
And there was Senator Therese Terlahi's resolution to allow the legislature to intervene in a Supreme Court case brought by the governor to clarify her authority to enforce quarantine under local statute.
The governor raised a new argument that the legislature exceeded its powers by passing sections 19604 and 19605 of the Emergency Health Powers Act because, according to the brief, they are, quote, in direct and irreconcilable conflict with, unquote, the Organic Act under 48 U.S.C. 1421 G.A., which grants the governor quarantine authority.
The Supreme Court invited the legislature's arguments in the case as it is a question over the separation of powers. Of course, all of the bills passed now go to the governor for her consideration. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
And with more news, here is Jason Salas.
Hafa everybody. Here is what's making your morning news headlines. FEMA will provide financial assistance for COVID-19 related funeral expenses starting next month. The new initiative covers deaths in the United States and its territories that occurred after January 20th of 2020. Here's Nestor Lecanto with more on this story.
FEMA announced that the new policy, finalized on Thursday, is meant to help ease some of the financial stress and burden caused by the pandemic. The assistance is for funeral services and interment or cremation and is limited to a maximum of $9,000 per funeral and a maximum of $35,500 per application in the case of multiple deaths in a family. Applicants will need to provide an official death certificate that indicates the death occurred in the U.S. and that it may have been caused by or was the likely result of COVID-19 or COVID-19-like symptoms. Expense documents and receipts with the names of the applicant and the deceased and the dates they were incurred will also be needed. FEMA says it will establish a 1-800 number to answer questions about the program. Meanwhile, Congressman Michael San Nicolas issued a news release calling it a fitting and compassionate response for the federal government. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero launched a local bereavement assistance program in October with a slightly higher one-time grant of $10,000. Adelup says to date it has approved and paid out 124 claims with one claim pending. Families who received aid through the local program are not eligible for the FEMA program. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
We've got an update for you now on what's going on with Guam's only public hospital, as after moving long-term care patients out of the skilled nursing facility over in Barrigada Heights and over to the Catholic Social Services facility, Hospital Administrator Lillian Posadas reports that patients and residents made their way back to Barrigada Heights recently in a safe, smooth, and successful transfer. Switching to more administrative concerns, Posadas says the hospital authority has paid out the traveling nurses who came to HGMA during the height of the pandemic. She also said the payment was made from GMH's operational funds and that they're currently awaiting reimbursement from FEMA. Currently, the Guam EPA operations are split between a pair of different buildings over in Tizon. Yet $3 million in capital improvement project grant funding from the Department of the Interior will finally allow the local agency to establish their very own multi-purpose center. Nick Lee is spokesperson for the Guam EPA.
We've been trying to get a building for an agency headquarters, some place that we can call home, and the administrators intent with this is to take a piece of property that needs some remediation and then place a building on that property which falls in line with some sort of LEED certification.
Lee says the goal is for LEED Platinum certification, meaning the highest certification in the Lean Green Building Rating Program. He says it's costly, but thankfully they've got a support from the administration as well as grantors from US EPA's Region 9.
We're very excited for the project. There's a lot of help that we received to get moving with this.
Lee says his agency will work with likely more than GITA to see what opportunities will be there to fast-track the initiative. It's a collaborative effort that will happen in the future, but for now, he says the focus is on the property. EPA is looking at the old transfer station up in Dededo. We'll get you back to more local news right now on The Link.
With regional news, here is Tomas Menglotnia.
Senate President Jude Hofschneider introduced a Senate legislative initiative that would amend Article 12. His goal is to allow those of Northern Marianas descent, also known as NMD, to fully exercise their real property rights and to reduce the NMD percentage of ownership interests in an NMD corporation.
If a private landowner sees the opportunity and be able to maximize the highest potential for that piece of property, then why are we still second guessing their ability to make that decision, right? And if you don't like it, by all means, don't sell it, walk away, lease it. But I wanted to hear the community, for the community to see how they feel about this. I know that there are absolute no, but I also want to hear if there's any suggestions to try and improve the policy in discussion, and we'll take it under consideration.
Article 12 of the CNMI's Constitution limits land ownership to those of Northern Marianas descent. According to Section 4 of Article 12, NMD is a citizen or national of the United States who has at least some degree of Northern Marianas Chamorro or Northern Marianas Carolinian blood or a combination thereof. A corporation can also own land if 100% of its shareholders and directors are of Northern Marianas descent. Leases of private lands to non-NMDs are limited to 55 years. Article 12 has evolved through the years. In 2014, an amendment changed the blood quantum threshold from a quarter to just some degree. Senator Hofschneider.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at
Senate President Jude Hofschneider introduced a Senate legislative initiative that would amend Article 12. His goal is to allow those of Northern Marianas descent, also known as NMD, to fully exercise their real property rights and to reduce the NMD percentage of ownership interests in an NMD corporation.
If a private landowner sees the opportunity, and it was only me that the sponsor of this legislation. And I also feel like with this experience that we're having here in the CNMI, we've always relied on other than our residents here, but we've always relied economically to be self-sustaining in the tourism and everything else. And we all know what happened, right? So maybe it's time for us to reflect on some of the stuff some of the issues that I feel that it's important to revisit, whether or not this thing is going to go anywhere.
Not everyone sees it as clear-cut, though. Dr. Isa Arreola studies the process of militarization in the Marianas. She does not support the initiative in its current form.
I think the kind of spirit behind it, if it's really trying to promote a sense of equality, in the community, is well-meaning, and that's an incredibly important aspect of, land and land transmission in our community. But I think that it misses the mark in terms of the long-term effects of what this is actually going to mean for our community. I actually think it will end up alienating us from our own land in the long term.
Dr. Arreola cited the Constitution's intent to promote self-sufficiency and prevent exploitation. She's hoping to find common ground while balancing the economy with equality.
There will always be short-term economic gains, right? But once that land is gone and the money is spent from that land, we have nothing, right? We're left with nothing. And that's not a scare tactic. That is literally a reality, right? That land is not just property that is bartered and sold, right? It's much more than that. It's integral to our identity, and it's integral to most Indigenous communities' identity.
It's a first step that she said could have decades-long ramifications.
We are the ones that know best what we want for our future, right? Our community has to decide that. This is my opinion, but our community has to decide what we want. I mean, you know, really realistically, what do we want 50, 100, 200 years from now? What do we want to see? And to open up the kind of Pandora's box of letting the land, you know, be owned by so many other non-NMDs, to me just is ignoring the historical reality. It's just a total, you know, ignoring of that history and ignoring why, again, I keep going back to this, but it's like why that had to be put there to begin with, right? There was a reason why you have to protect the land from the get-go, why that would be included in the political, you know, agreement with the United States.
Whether the initiative passes, Senator Hofschneider proposes an agency to guide private land transactions.
Maybe we should have been a little more attentive to even if it's private land, and at this time, even if it's private land lease for this matter, for that matter, maybe that we should have an agency to say, Jude, let me see your lease proposal or something. Make sure that everything checks out, no? Like make sure that you don't go homeless.
Representative Sheila Babauta is keeping a close eye on the initiative.
Because it is language that has existed for over 40 years. And as with any document, review and updating is needed, especially given our current situation. There are a number of items and issues that this really opens the conversation up to.
One of those issues Babauta once addressed are long-term residents who have lived on island for their entire lives and are not considered NMD. It's a political matter that is also personal.
I'm half Quantapan, so my mother is unable to own land here in the Sinamay, but she calls this place her home. She's in support of Article 12, but those are conversations that we must have.
She's hoping to get as many of her constituents to voice their view on the issue.
There are issues of the top 5% of the wealthy families controlling most of the land on certain islands, in certain parts of very economically stimulating parts of the land. And so, you know, I think this is a good opportunity for us to talk about it.
COVID-19 out of 100 tests performed Saturday. According to the Joint Information Center, also just one person was hospitalized with the virus. To date, there have been a total of 7,800 officially reported cases of COVID-19 since March of last year, with 134 deaths, 31 cases in active isolation, and 7,635 recoveries. Guam's CAR score also remains at 0.1. As for vaccines, 80,409 doses have been administered so far, with 49,238 having a first dose and 31,171 people considered fully vaccinated or immunized. And speaking of vaccines, our Adriana Cotero brings you a step-by-step of the vaccination process at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse.
Hapaday Guam, I'm Adriana Cotero, and today I'm officially joining the vaccination. Now, I am here at the University of Guam Vaccination Clinic. It is one of the multiple sites here set up on island offering free vaccines to the community. And earlier this week, the island announced that we are opening up vaccines to those residents that are 16 years and older. This is an effort for the governor to reach her path to half, meaning that we will have half the population vaccinated by May 1st. That is the target deadline and date for us to reopen the island and also hopefully return to some normalcy. Of course, this allows me, 27 years now, I'm 27 years old, so I can avail of this opportunity, and we would never have been able to reach this milestone if it wasn't for all the helping hands at Public Health and our Guam National Guard. The National Guard here at UOG Clinic mans this site, and I am now joined here with the Public Affairs Officer, Mark Scott. Hi, Mark.
Hi, good afternoon,
Good
Adriana.
afternoon,
Thanks for
and
coming down.
Thank you very much. So one of the things that has helped tremendously in order to reach this operation and with this whole process is being able to scan and plan. You see that QR code right now on your screen. With that code, you can book your appointments online. This allows you to make your appointment, and then eventually you come out here to the University of Guam parking lot, where you then wait in your car. You have a ticket. Once your ticket is called, then you come to where I'm at right here, and that is standing outside the clinic doors. So, Mark, if you could tell us prior to us, heading in there and getting started, what are some of the dates and times that the clinic is open, and are there any days that are not as busy, just in case some of those are already on that QR code and getting ready to get vaccinated?
Sure, good question, Adriana. Thanks again for coming down, and thanks for mentioning that appointment process. It really is the thing that spaces everything out so there's not a huge crowd all at once. So with regard to our hours, this week we're operating from 11 o'clock in the morning till 5:30 p.m. for your appointments in the evening, going up until 6 to finish. Right now, the appointments are all booked for this week, but starting next week, the link has been posted, and we'll be operating from 12 noon until 5:30 p.m., and then closing at 6 o'clock p.m. as well.
And what vaccines are offered here?
We're offering Pfizer for dose 1 and dose 2, and Moderna for dose 2 only.
Okay, and then do you have any idea on where we are, as a whole with our path to half?
Sure. As of last night's JIC release, I believe we had about 75,000 people with at least one dose, but we're talking about everyone with 2 doses, which is complete, when we're a little over 30,000 right now. So I know the mark at 50% is a little over 60,000, and we're almost halfway there.
Wow, that's amazing. We're making great strides here.
Yeah.
And also, before we head in there, we can never hear enough words of encouragement. So, Mark, do you have anything to say to those that may be a little bit more hesitant, or also those that might be in the same boat as me, having had COVID already, and they feel like they already survived it and they may not need the vaccine? What do you have to say to, really get them out here and get vaccinated?
Sure. The advice, Adriana, is really to follow the advice of the medical professionals. We take our guidance from them as well, too. So what the word is going out is that it's best to come down and get vaccinated anyway. Even if you've been exposed to it before, it's better to be safe than sorry and get those antibodies into your system, help protect our neighbors, families, and friends.
Definitely, and that's why I'm here. It's all about protecting and stopping the spread, right?
That's right.
All right, let's get started. We have officially entered the doors into the clinic, and we are at the first stage. So, Mark, what is this first stage?
So this is the pre-screening area where they're going to confirm your appointment and get everyone lined up and go ready to the screening tables, which will check more of your identification and do some consent forms and more information about the shot itself.
Okay,
this
so
is where you'll first enter.
This is where I utilize this guy?
That's correct. That's your appointment with your appointment number on there. They're going to come take a look at it and get you through to the next step.
Hello. Yes, I do.
Can I see your appointment slip? Okay, that's good. And you have your ID as well?
Yes.
Okay, have it ready and you can go ahead and follow.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
All right, we are just finishing up at the pre-screening area, and we are making our way to step number 2. Mark, tell us a little bit about step number 2.
Sure. After you're about 5-minute wait or so, you're going to be called now that there's an availability at the screening table. They're going to give you your forms to fill out, a little bit of consent, and some more additional information about the vaccine itself. And it looks like you're almost ready.
Can I go ahead and get a form of ID, please? Yes. And it is your first dose, correct?
Yes, my first dose.
When you did test positive for COVID, did you take any antibody therapy?
No, I did not.
So just to confirm that today you're going to be taking your first dose of Pfizer, and when you take Pfizer, when you come back for your second dose, it's going to be Pfizer again, okay?
Okay.
It's not interchangeable.
Okay.
So can I go ahead and have you sign up with today's date at the bottom, and there's a form if you need. And if you have any questions in regards to the dosage later on, you can refer to the fact sheet right over here, okay?
Okay.
So from here you can take your form and follow the arrows along the line right over here.
Next, you're lining up to go get your shot. You were just screened by AmeriCorps volunteer and a public health volunteer, which is important to say because this wouldn't happen without our volunteers from UOG, Public Health, AmeriCorps. There's doctors and nurses here that come on their days off just to help out. So much thanks to all of them.
Do you know, do you have any numbers on how many volunteers you guys have here?
Yeah, it ranges daily, but on a day like today, upwards of 50 to 60 plus.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's great.
Okay, I see number one over here waving us down. I think
Here you go first.
Oh, hello.
Hello, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking. All right, today you'll be receiving the Pfizer vaccine. All right, and before we proceed, do you have any questions regarding the vaccine?
No.
Okay, and can you just verify your date of birth is correct here?
12593.
All right, and your name spelled correctly?
Yes.
Awesome. From here, you will proceed to a table for your vaccine.
Okay.
All right. You can have your table number one.
All right.
You're number one.
You got it.
You're coming in for your first dose, correct? Since it's your first dose, I'll make you a vaccination card. Just to confirm your last name.
Cotero, Cotero.
First name.
Adriana, Adriana.
And your middle initial is a J.
J.
And your date of birth, ma'am.
12/5/93.
12/5/93. All right, so on the card I made you, today you're receiving the first dose of your Pfizer vaccine, March 26th here at EOG. It's going to be 21 days to your next dose indicated on the back. Your next dose is going to be on April 16th, okay?
Okay.
So you can get the vaccine as early as 4 days, so you can get it as early as April 12th, or you can get it as late as 3 weeks after the date here. All right, paperwork's almost done. Are you ready?
Yeah, as ready as I'll ever be.
Any fear of needles?
No.
Perfect. All right. And you get a Hello Kitty Band-Aid.
You nervous?
No, I'm ready. Are you nervous?
Just breathe.
Remember, yeah, you can't. I have to do the news next week, okay? Keep that in mind.
Don't you worry, I have to work here next week.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. You have a bigger job than me. I was always told growing up when I'd get shots just to not look and count to 1, 2, 3, then blow out. So I'm gonna do that.
I'll count to 3 for you, okay? 1, 2, 3. You're done.
I didn't
Boom.
feel a thing.
That's right. The magic hands.
There you go.
All right.
Combat medic of the Guam National Guard.
You received your vaccine at 3:14, okay? So how did it go?
Good. It was over very quickly. I felt no pain, and yeah, it was very fast.
Glad to hear it. That's what we like. So next you'll be registering with the out processors who will kind of keep a tally, take another look at your final paperwork, and then you'll be in the observation area for the next 15 minutes to make sure you don't have any negative side effects, you feel all right, and then you can go.
Hey, Miss Adriana, I'm going to have you do this for 15 minutes, okay?
Oh, yeah?
So once it is 3:29 on this clock over here, you just show this form to the green table in the front, and then you're free to go. Okay. Thank you. You have a great day.
Thank you so much. Hello. After 15 minutes, I have been cleared. I did not experience any adverse reactions just yet, but I will continue to monitor myself, and I am expecting that I will most likely have some soreness. Now, before I head out of here, I just want to tell you all my reason for why to get the vaccine. You know, as we continue to come to these different sites and we speak to people and share their stories, we hear their reason why, and I want to tell you mine. At first, I was skeptical to get the vaccine, and I'm sure like many in the community, you are still skeptical. And one of the reasons I was skeptical was because we don't know some of the long-term side effects that come with the vaccine. And you know, we hear all these different conspiracy theories. But at the end of the day, I really sat down, I did my research, and while I was contemplating, I thought about what it is that I'm so fearful about. And what I realized that what I'm most fearful about is possibly spreading coronavirus and possibly causing harm to others. And that's something that outweighs everything. It completely outweighs it all. And when I did contract COVID back in August, that's what weighed the most on my heart and mind, was knowing that I could potentially be causing harm to someone else. I could potentially be the reason that someone's mother or father or even grandparent would pass away. And at the end of the day, I don't want that. And I know that many do not want that. And so that's why I'm here today. That's why I am joining the vaccination, and that's why I'm here encouraging others to also join the vaccination to help put a stop to coronavirus and help us all protect our community. So I encourage you all to join the vaccination and help us reach that path to half. And I also want to just thank all the numerous and many volunteers that are making this possible. And so for KUAM News, I'm Adriana Cotero, proudly saying I am now vaccinated.
All right. Thanks a lot, Adriana. We're now going to head into the Zoom room and head over to the National Weather Service, where we have another member of the vaccination, Mr. Landon Idlet. Good morning.
Good morning. How are y'all doing today?
We're doing fine. How about you?
I'm doing all right. It's another beautiful start to the work week. Nothing too exciting to speak of, but y'all were talking about the COVID all in the last several minutes of the broadcast. And I did get my shot last week, right after the World Meteorological Day. And the only thing more complicated than saying World Meteorological Day is spelling that out multiple times in emails. But yeah, this was Tuesday afternoon. I was getting my shot. And if you look closely at my face, you just see the look of utter despair. Just how bad is it going to be? What are the side effects? But it really wasn't that bad. And if you see that little blue thing on my shirt, that's a little pin that the clinic gave me in support of World Meteorological Day. So they were celebrating with me. The clinic over there where I got the shot, they were Weather Ready Nation ambassadors. So they're also great supporters of ours. And also from the governor's office, we did have this beautiful proclamation. This is the proclamation that we had for World Meteorological Day, and they gave us this great display folder. So this will go up in our office. But it was a great day to memorialize World Meteorological Day and basically recognize the efforts of the National Weather Service and all of our sister offices across the region in Micronesia, American Samoa, and also Pacific Region headquarters in Hawaii. We also had a lot of our partners from Guam, Homeland Security, Saipan, and other agencies. So it was great to celebrate the day with a lot of our collaborators in this weather and warning community. So thanks to everybody that was a part of that last week. Weather-wise, let me flip over to my other computer over here. Not much going on. It's a lot of the same as we continue through our dry season. Of course, Guam's right there inside the red box. That's the Guam area of responsibility. It's not much going on in this region. If you look off to our northeast, there are some showers and thunderstorms. That's with the upper level trough that's going to keep off to our east, and that's going to propagate generally toward Wake Island, which is on the far end of the frame over here. Stronger winds to the north, moderate winds to the south across the Mariana Islands, and we're going to see these winds continue at least for the next couple of days. Not much change. That's going to be good for our fire weather threat as we remain at a high fire danger. So as long as the winds stay down, that threat won't increase too substantially. But as we have more days of no rainfall, that fire threat inherently will increase. Going to the water vapor imagery, this again shows the water vapor or the moisture content in the atmosphere. The yellows are dry and the blues are where you have that moist atmosphere, the moist tropical climate. And that's still to our south with yellow conditions or yellow atmospheric moisture across the Mariana Islands. Just spotty showers. If you got up early this morning, you might have seen a little bit of showers out there. My car about 4 o'clock this morning had a thin glaze of water up there. Nothing too exciting. And that's going to be the rule of thumb, at least for the next 24 hours. But we could see more showers coming in tonight. This is another lens, so to speak, of the Japanese Himawari satellite, showing a different color scheme and analysis of what's out there. This helps us see those low-level cloud plumes, where the moisture is. So where you see these yellows, those are low-level clouds moving across the island, trade wind clouds. The bigger, brighter yellows and the greens, those are more indicative of light showers. And we saw that bloop come right across Dededo Jigo this morning, and a bigger cluster come across southern Guam, where they probably had a few more showers, Maritzo, Telefofo, Yamatic, and then on up toward Agate. And that's really all to speak of this morning. So go to the slides, Jason. We'll slip right through these. So the headlines, not much to speak of. You go to our webpage, no current alerts or hazards in effect for Guam, Sinai, or any of Micronesia outside of the drought conditions. There is a moderate risk of rip currents for Guam and the Sinai along east-facing reefs. The fire danger remains high. Currently, there are no watches or red flag warnings at this time, and that's more or less because our winds have been lighter over the last 12 to 24 hours, and that's going to be the case through the next several days. Drought conditions for Guam and Sinai, abnormally dry to moderate drought. For Micronesia, we do have the extreme drought continuing for Cabinga Merengue in southern Pohnpei State and Wache in the Marshall Islands, and moderate drought for Kwajalein and the Marshall Islands. The next slide, Jason, moving right along. Current conditions, northeast to east winds at 10 miles per hour with partly cloudy skies and a few showers. These are just pop in, get things a little damp or a little bit wet, and they move right off to the west. Current temperature, 79 degrees and climbing. The records for today in history was 92 degrees set in 1964 and 70 degrees for a low in 1990. Weather-wise, we are remarkably average. Normal conditions, 86 and 76. And I had a professor at North Carolina State University saying the only abnormal weather is when you're average. And our temperatures are pretty stable, mainly because we have that maritime temperature climate across the region. We're a small island in the midst of a vast ocean. That keeps our temperatures more moderate. So yesterday we had a high of 87 and a low of 76. No rain was measured yesterday. And since January 1st, 7 3/4 of an inch of rain. We're just about average for rain for the month. Right now at 2.66 inches for the month, and average for this time is 2.56. So we're not doing too bad. So it's not too severely dry for us, but it's not abundantly wet. And that's seasonal. So the U.S. Drought Monitor, this is the current conditions. Not much change since last week. We will be updating the drought information statement at the end of this week. And we don't see too much change for the region. Still Kapinga Maringi in the extreme drought conditions, as well as Welche and the Marshall Islands. And the polar orbiting scatterometry showing the winds at the surface. Moderate trade winds across Guam and Sinai with stronger winds to the north. That's going to be part of the catalyst to generate a few more showers. It looks like the models are pinging more showers to the north, particularly Tinian and Saipan, and fewer showers for Guam and Rota, at least through tonight, through Tuesday night. And that's really not saying too much as far as shower potential, but we'll get to that in the outlook coming up next. The sea conditions combined seas are 4 to 6 feet. The Retidian buoy douche does show that the seas have been a bit higher than model guidance, right about 6.5 feet overnight, whereas the models were showing about 5 feet. That's possibly because of a short pulse in larger swell from the stronger winds just north of Saipan and Tinian, generates those waves that do come down towards our area. So we're going to see combined seas of 4 to 6 feet at least through tonight, and they'll gradually decline the next couple of days, bottoming out about 3 to 5 feet by midweek. And this is all generally an east-northeast trade wind swell. So for the week ahead, today mostly sunny with isolated showers, winds east at 10 to 15 miles per hour, and combined seas of 4 to 6 feet. Over the water, east at 10 to 15 knots. The surf will be moderate rip risk along east-facing reefs at 5 to 7 feet. This is all going to be subsiding as we go toward midweek. Partly to mostly cloudy skies tonight through Tuesday night. Scattered showers, more or less, for Tinian and Saipan to our north, but we could see a little bit of an uptick in showers for Guam and Rota. But again, this is not going to be a substantial amount of showers, so to speak. Showers will decrease again by midweek. Winds east at 10 to 15 miles per hour, becoming light and variable on Wednesday. Now, there are some indications that we could have a little bit of an island effect Wednesday and Thursday with the lighter winds. We'll be watching that. I think the winds will be just enough to keep any possible convection displaced to our west and offshore. So we're not going to have one of those classic island convective events where we have showers and thunderstorms pop up right over the island, causing a lot of rain. I don't think that's going to be this week. Combined seas falling to 3 and 5 feet by Wednesday, and the weekend looks great this weekend for Easter Sunday, partly cloudy with isolated light showers. Combined seas 4 to 5 feet and east winds around 10 miles per hour. And that's all I got for today. And I will say, again, Easter Sunday looks pretty good. And living back in the States in North Carolina, I always liked Easter because that was where we have a lot of variability in the weather. You have spring trying to creep in, and then winter says, not yet. So we've had some pretty good thunderstorm outbreaks in the East Coast in Easter's past. I remember sitting out in the church parking lot before Easter Sunday night service and seeing the showers and thunderstorms come in, trees gusting in the winds. It was phenomenal. So for us, not bad.
All right. Thanks a lot, Landon.
Yeah, I hope you find the golden egg, my friend.
Yes, y'all have a great week.
Take it
You
easy.
too.
Okay. See you there. Landon Idlet of the National Weather Service. We do that every Monday, and then if there's any weather event that happens during the week, he's always on a standby to jump on. So 7:09, we'll take a quick break, and Jason Salas coming back with a great segment with our friends from AK. Next, right here on The Link. Good morning.
Catch The Link on Breeze.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Only $1.50. Yes, even a large is $1.50. Skip the line. Download the McDonald's mobile order app and get curbside pickup. At McDonald's, I'm loving it.
GU Self Storage. Affordable, convenient, safe, and secure. Your go-to facility for your storage needs. We offer flexible month-to-month terms and optional online payments. Need assistance with your move? No worries. We got what you need. Also, a variety of storage spaces to meet your demands with ADA accessible units, plus 24-hour security system with individual PIN-coded gate and door access. GU Self Storage is located near Harmon McDonald's in the old GPA building. For more info, call us at 648-7867 from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Welcome back to The Link, everybody. Holy Week is upon us, which means Easter Sunday is right around the corner. Lots of things going on this week and this weekend, including a ongoing event from our friends at Atkins Kroll, and as he does every Monday here on The Link, Ernie Galito joins us for a look at what's going on and how you can make sure that your precious vehicle stays safe and in tip-top shape. Ernie, good morning. We appreciate you always coming on.
Hafaday Toda Hamzuz on tomorrow. Mes tomorrow, everybody.
Biba Mester. I mean, we technically we've got a few days left in Chamorro month and everything, but it's Chamorro month all year round. Let's not kid ourselves. It's a wonderful time to be on Guam, and a wonderful time to be telling people that are car owners of yours that your ongoing event, as I was saying, for the airbag inflator replacement is on the move now.
That's correct. You know, we've had a pretty successful run at the Shell near the Micronesia Mall for people coming in to get their airbag inflators replaced. Those who are eligible in the campaign. So now we want to move it to Central to make it more convenient for our customers or owners of Toyotas that are within the campaign, so they can come up to the Shell station in Agana, close to Crust and Burger King, right there at that intersection. And so we'll be there Saturday from 9 to 3 in order to qualify for your campaign. You can go onto our website at akguam.com. And if you're eligible, you can register there, or you can just drop in by, and then we can find out whether your car's eligible based on the year or the model, and then you'll be eligible for 3 free gifts. How about that?
Outstanding. Okay, so for people that are tardy to the party, Ernie, what ballpark figure, just what makes and models are eligible at this point?
A lot of them are going to be the Corollas from 2003 to 2013. Mm-hmm. We do have some 4Runners, 2009 to 2016. And we have a few Lexus models, especially the ES, the luxury sedan from 2007 to 2012. And there's a few other ones, such as the Sienna van and some Tundras. The Tundra is 2003 to 2006. But, just to be sure, you can go to our akguam.com website, and there's a banner there. You can click on that, and there'll be a drop-down menu where you can see what model year, whether your vehicle model and year is eligible in the campaign. So it's real easy to look up. And if you not have any questions, you can also call us.
Yeah, so again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are an owner, and as Ernie just said, if you do qualify and you are eligible for owning one of the vehicles that are affected, absolutely free. Your friends at AK are going to take sterling care of you. So do make sure to book an appointment online. Or can people still do drive-ups, I guess?
Yes, they can. They can come to our service bays, or they can go to the Shell. It doesn't make any difference. Mm-hmm. However, if you go to the Shell, you'll be able to actually see the technician in the pop-up service bays that we have. And we're fully COVID compliant. We'll make sure that we have all the PPEs, we have social distancing, we have place for the customers to relax and watch. And while you're watching, or you care not to, you can also go into the Shell station. Well, they will award you 100 Pacific points, part of their rewards program. And you can also pick up a free Shell sunshade for your vehicle. And then AK will give you a future parts card, good for 20% off on parts and labor for anything you may need, whether it's service or repair. And then additionally, before you leave, you'll have a $25 gas card that you can use at any Shell gas station.
Well, AK has staked its claim in our island community for always delivering great value, and certainly that is the case here. But to the point, I mean, this is about the safety of the motorist, about the driver, and about their passengers and everything. So again, it's important to note that it's not the airbag itself, but the airbag inflator. And it is very imperative that people, if they are affected, they need to get this replaced, because again, this is about making sure that you are safe.
Yeah, and because this airbag inflator is a global recall, it affects also 19 other brands. So even if you're not a Toyota owner, you may want to go to your dealership or you go to your brand's website and just check to see if your car is eligible for the recall. Then you can contact your local dealer or importer to see how they can help you replace that airbag inflator.
Very well said, because if it happens that somebody just says, I just don't think that's important. I mean, you put yourself at risk, or you don't get it replaced. We all share the road. You're potentially putting a bunch of people at risk. So please, everybody watching this right now, AK's got this amazing event that's absolutely for free. Please make sure and get them done. Plus, they're really nice people, and they're going to give you a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, it's the island spirit. It's the way we do things out here. So just to this point, Ern, I know you said you've been doing this for a few weeks now at the up at Dedido, but again, you are moving this geographically. What's been some of the questions or some of the more common feedback that drivers come when they show up?
Well, first of all, they're very concerned about whether their vehicles is eligible for the campaign. Of course, they're also making sure that they're safe and their passengers are safe, but also the well-being of your vehicle. A lot of times people take it for granted that you just fill up your car full of gas and off you go, but you do have to maintain it. And because Guam is an environment where we have high humidity, we have high temperatures, and also we have short driving distances, it takes a lot of wear and tear on the vehicle. For example, most places have got short driving distances between your home, your workplace, or school. And so consequently, sometimes there's not enough time to really fully charge your battery. So Guam sometimes has a high battery failure rate. And then also, if your vehicle doesn't run long enough and hot enough, it doesn't have long enough for it to really burn off all the carbon that builds up into the engine. And just like a self-cleaning oven, you have to turn the self-cleaning oven up to 500 degrees for about a half an hour to really clean up all the crusts left there by grease splatter in your oven as you cook turkeys and other things. Your engine also builds up some carbon within the engine, and it has to burn pretty hot and pretty long in order for it to really kind of clean itself out. So those are some of the things that, fortunately for Guam, we've got short driving distances. There's not a lot of places to go for commuting. But the bad news is it takes a lot of wear and tear on your vehicle because of short driving distances, the high humidity, the stop and go driving, and also because of the temperatures.
Yep. Take care of your car, and your car takes care of you. And make no mistake, Guam is and has always been a driving town. So, Ernie, we'll give you the last word and everything like that. Thanks for joining us this morning, as always. But what message would you like to leave our viewers with as we get ready for the work week? It's Holy Week again, and hopefully get a lot of people that can come out and make sure that their cars are safely taken care of at your event.
Well, just also again, because we're still in the COVID crisis, we're still in PCOR 2. We just want to make sure everybody's safe. Follow all the three W's: wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask. And then take care of each other and take care of the ones who are close to you, whether in your vehicle or at home. And stay positive and test negative.
All right. Well, good word from a good man. So, Ernie, we appreciate your time each and every week, and we look forward to seeing you next week. Good luck at your event this weekend, and thanks for what you do for our community.
Thank you very much. Adios.
All right. Have a good day. Good guy, everybody. And please stay tuned because the link will continue with more interviews, more segments. We got a whole bunch of stuff coming up, so do not go anywhere. We continue right after this on KUAM.
Catch the
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
not too loud. It's Holy Week. Joe McCarroll, Midnight Special. Good morning. It's the link. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
7:30, Monday, March 29th, the year of our Lord 2021. The show is brought to you by East West Rental. You guys got a project you got to do. Maybe you're having a family gathering for Easter, right? Maybe you got to do something over there. Cut the trees, whatever. Check out East West Rental IT&E. Good morning. Cabo Enterprises. And Carrier. For all of my aircon babies, Lannon, I Love the Weather Service says it's going to be mostly sunny, isolated showers this week, so keep it cool with Carrier at 647-COOL. Good morning. Let's head to the K-Wave News Zoom room. Every Monday, we do our check-in with the Mayor's Council of Guam. Of course, the mayors, as we learned during the pandemic, true frontliners. I want to thank them for their service. As we got the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, Mayor Jesse Allig of PD, and he is joined by another Mayor Jesse. All right, Mayor Jesse Gogui of Ordat Chalampago. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Off day. Good morning.
Good morning. I know you're the mayor of Ordat Chalampago, but this morning you're joining us from Magaton, you know.
Well, I was thinking about putting the ordered dump as my background, but I wanted to wait until it was converted into a real nice, beautiful municipal park and something to behold.
Sorry, that was me.
But I do have ordered dump photos.
It was my when I pulled it.
Not if you got it.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. Sabrina's touching stuff over here. As you were, continue. We didn't hear anything you said. I think I lost you when you were saying, yeah, I really love the link. It's the greatest show ever. So honored to come on.
Absolutely.
Right around that part, we broke
And I
up.
said, in honor of Mess Tomorrow, we're trying to promote Chamorro. Obviously, we're trying to promote Chamorro type icons. And so, yes, this is a background of the Hagåtña Park. But I do have, as I was saying, I do have photos of the ordered dump. I just don't think it's appropriate at this point in time until it's converted into a real municipal park, and we can highlight the beauty that area truly has. That I wanted to use something more appropriate for Mess Chamorro. And then, of course, we're working on building our new multi-purpose center. Once that gets constructed, hopefully the ultimate design, the look of the building itself will have a local flavor to it, and so I could ultimately use that as my background. But
nice.
Again, trying to promote Mess Chamorro icons, I figured this would be one of the most appropriate ones to use.
Right on. Mayor Jesse, good morning. Other Mayor Jesse Allig.
Good morning.
How was your Palm Sunday weekend, Mayor?
Oh, Palm Sunday was great.
Right
We had a
on.
busy weekend.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was good. It's Holy Week, so you be nice, Chris.
We're being very quiet and very good this week.
Right. Turn off the radio. We should be off the radio. Back then.
And
the TV.
The only radio
But then
my
that
grandma
wouldn't do well
played
for
was
you guys.
the Catholic radio. But
We're on Facebook.
we're on Facebook, yeah.
Okay, there you go. That's okay then.
Mayor Jesse Chalampago, let's go ahead and find out a little bit more about this multi-purpose center, because I think I interviewed you before COVID, and you were showing me the plans for it. So is that moving full steam ahead?
Yes, actually, we're almost at the finish line with regard to obtaining our contractor. We published an invitation for bid in January, and hopefully we'll start seeing bid submissions turned in by April 7th, I think is the deadline. And so once we review and we determine a qualified contractor that meets all the requirements of the bid, we'll start moving full steam ahead and finishing up the design and then moving forward with the construction this contract. It's actually a design build contract. So whoever wins the bid will finish up the design. I mean, we have a basic floor plan, and we do have some renderings of what we would like it to look like. But they'll finish up the plans, submit the construction design documents, construction documents to DPW for the permits, and they'll also be the one to construct the facility itself. This is a $6.5 million project.
Is this the one that was part of the military contract?
Yes, this is well, it's part of a military grant or DoD grant. And so, yes, they're contributing 3.5 and we're putting in 3 million.
Where is it going to be built?
Actually, it'll be next to our baseball field in Chalampago. There's an area where we have not only our baseball field, but we have a outdoor basketball court and an outdoor tennis court that we use more for volleyball. What we'll do is we'll actually demolish that. We'll remove that, those outdoor courts, which are over 30 years old and really are, need some real major improvement. But in lieu of improving it, we'll just take that footprint and bring it indoors. So we're bringing basketball indoors.
Wow.
So we can have basketball year round. And in lieu of having a tennis court indoors, we could actually do that, on the court area that we're designing in this facility. But in lieu of having a tennis indoors, what we're planning on doing is doing a squash / racquetball court, which I think the younger kids are more into.
Mayor,
as opposed to tennis.
So you said 6.5 million, 3.6 million, the DoD grant.
6.5 million in total.
Okay.
3.5 is coming from DoD, and we're putting in 3 million.
So how did you get the matching funds?
Matching fund is from the Guam Solid Waste funding that we're getting. It's the Guam Solid Waste funding we're getting is actually for a 30-year period. And it's roughly about $150,000 a year or actually $172,000 that we've been actually receiving from Guam Solid Waste. And so we started receiving that in January of 2013. And we started setting that aside because the whole purpose of that host community premium benefit was actually to work on larger scale capital projects. So back in January of 2013, we started setting that aside in an account that we manage so that we could build up enough revenue to show that we're serious about this project. And so in our accounts right now today, we have roughly about 1.2 million. And so what we're working with through GITA is actually leveraging the balance. So we're utilizing that funding source to leverage the balance of what we need to borrow for that $3 million matching fund.
We have a question here from one of our online viewers. What about a playground for the kids of Chalampago?
Well, we're ultimately going to integrate, the playground because that was asked of me. In fact, it must be the same person that sent me a text message. So we're actually looking at integrating a playground into this whole, this whole concept that we're developing. As you know, as I mentioned, we have a baseball field there already. We're taking the outdoor basketball court and tennis court, and we're bringing that area indoors into this multi-purpose center. Also at the site is a community center. And actually, over the next couple of months, we actually will begin the process of building a new mayor's office. So what you're seeing us do is developing a mayor's complex. Now, putting in the playground, it's kind of like anything else. You got to know where it's going to be and make sure that you have access to that area. So since there has never been a playground there, we have to kind of develop access. And I mentioned to this one person who sent me a WhatsApp message that should include ADA access, children with any potential disability, getting them to, or having a way for them to get to the playground so they can take advantage of that as well. Well, right now, for us to do that, it's going to take a little bit of extra effort on our part to include certain things in some of the projects we're doing. And the primary one is the multi-purpose center. because the area where we're looking at building a playground is going to be near where that new multi-purpose center is built. And that's really undeveloped area.
Another question.
Or some of it's undeveloped.
Another question, Mayor. Will this facility be FEMA approved for typhoon shelter and other natural disasters?
Absolutely. In fact, that's been our plan from the onset. In fact, I think that was one of the main reasons why the Department of Defense, supported our project, is because it truly is a multi-purpose. And the proposal we submitted last year, back in June, even highlighted that this facility, if it's once it's FEMA certified, should be able to fit about 200 beds as a mass shelter site.
Wow.
And the advantage is that during a typhoon, obviously you're going to deliver meals to them at the center, and they'll eat in the center. But once the emergency conditions are lifted and we're in a recovery mode, we have a community center that's about 4,000 square feet. So we then can keep the mass sheltering separate from the feeding. And so, when you take a look at all of these mass shelter sites that are being used, but families can't get home, we can ultimately bring them and consolidate them in one location, because we've maximized the area of the multipurpose center just for mass sheltering, and then moved some of the feeding over to our community center.
Well, that's some good news.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Yes.
Can you send us Mayor, send us the
This is a 10-year
plans.
plan that we've been working on.
Yeah, yeah, I remember. Yeah, he had a whole binder, Bree, and was like, "Oh, check this out, Mayor. If you can, just forward over the plans." I wanted to ask because I know that there was this bill before the legislature. They want to change not change. They want to go with the original name of Inalahan, right? And then I was hearing from Senator Taitigui over the weekend that Malesso, Hoggett, and Humantek are also in talks to change their village names. What about PD and Orda Chalampago? Is Orda Chalampago, is that the original name?
Actually, it is. Chalampago. It's just the spelling. So if we changed it to make it culturally correct, all you're going to really do is see the spelling change slightly. So instead of ORDOT, you have OD and then O with that little circle on the top, and T. You kind of drop the R, and and that makes it kind of challenging for because ultimately I think as long as we're flying the U.S. flag, the spelling and the use of all of these, a tilde on the end and et cetera, is not something that commonly occurs. And when people do things electronically, people could forget. And what kind of difference is that going to make to the postal?
Yeah, sometimes it takes me 30 minutes to find the little, I don't even know what it's
tilde?
called. Yeah, the tilde.
Over the end?
And then you would also have to capitalize the CH, right? And Salampago.
Yeah.
How about
we don't, but yeah, you start changing the ultimate spelling, the look of the spelling of the names. And of course we're looking at the village names. We're not looking at back then they also had barrios, and so Taya's the Taya area, like the Menengan area and Jotnia. I mean, we're not going to to break down the concept of the villages down into where you're delivering mail to specific barrio names.
Good point there with Tai, because that's like kind of, is that your village or is that Mangilao?
Mine.
Oh wow.
Mine.
Yeah.
Father Duenas sits in Salampago.
Right.
And always has. Always has.
Chris,
the reason why people misconceive that Tai is part of Mangilao is really because of Father Duenas. When Father Duenas was created, they put the school under the umbrella of the church, Santa Teresita Church, but that area itself has never been part of Mangilao. It's only been the school, and it's direct link to the church. You know.
So the place names as well, or the village and the place names is an actual effort from the Comisión Fino Zamora. So I know that Dr. Underwood and his group are actually taking the lead on talking to the mayors about, you know, their current names and changing it or spelling it correctly. And so I know they're going to do there's a whole process on it. And like Mayor Gogui said, I mean, there's just different areas and different place names that need to be addressed. And so, and that's just kind of like Tumuning Tuman and Harmon. You're getting that happening. And then you're seeing Asan Meina that wants Asan Meina, Adelup and Nimitz Hill. And so at what point do you stop and do you make Dedido Matananao and Astumbo, or is it just Dedido? So it's just something that the commission is going to talk to
or do you
about.
just make it Orda Chalampago and then you get other signs that say now entering Ta'i subdivision of Orda or Barrio or, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
That too.
I mean, there's just many directions this could take. I mean, at one point in time, you know, there was a real distinction between Odud and Salampago. And, you know, you had signs entering Odud and then shortly after that, entering Salampago. You know, but, you know, when we were identified as a municipality, we, you know, the difference was kind of taken away. And, you know, as over the last 12 years, you know, that I've been the mayor of this village, I've been trying to, you know, to promote the unity between the villages and not the differences.
But I think they can go ahead and proceed with the obvious ones, right? Like Malesso and Hagat, Humatek. But then even within those villages, there's little sub-villages like you have Gayos, Kanani Road, you know. So anyway, what about the stray animals?
Well, you know, speaking about Molesto has there's some contention on Molesto, so you should bring that up. We should have another discussion about that later.
Yeah, I'll bring Mayor Ernest.
If we make all these changes, would we have to change the signs that were constructed?
Oh yeah, of course, everything has to be changed.
Absolutely,
everything.
So let's make sure we get it right this time if we're going to change it, because, you know, they did change it a few years ago, I think under Governor Eddie Cowell's administration, where, right, Sinania's with an H or something?
Correct.
Yeah.
That was a GITA project that I don't know if, I'm not sure. That was some, I think it was part of the hot bonds, I believe. I'm not sure how much more that, you know, I don't think they did too much public comment on it.
It was a good idea.
I know that they're going to. The stray animals, they're still around, and we're still collecting them. We do have some, you know, we are still having difficulty with capacity, but you know, we're trying to figure that out. I mean, it's just always been a big problem, so you know, it can't be resolved immediately, but we're working on it. It's the animal shelter that needs more space. We need more capacity there to accept more of the stray animals that are being caught. Tumading's doing a good job at catching the dogs and cats, and we just don't have a place to put them anymore. So that's one of our big problems with the roundup currently.
Mayor Gogui, what's going on in OCP with the stray animal roundup?
Well, like all the other villages, you know, we're trying to augment the Mayor's Council of Guam team, but we still have a couple of our traps, a couple of dog traps on our own that we're still passing out to residents. But you know, when we catch them and we call and we can't turn them into game, that becomes a real issue for us. And so we're really limiting the use of our traps to areas and those people that have problems with vicious dogs versus just dogs, you know, in general. And so that's been our focus since this pandemic, and since GAIN has really limited the intake of pets into their facilities, because we don't have the means to care for these dogs. You know, I mean, you know, and trying to stay and step with the you know the animal humane sentiment that exists on this island. You know, we're not going to capture a dog and then keep it and not have the resources to care for it or even to adequately shelter it. And so our focus has really been the reports you know, regarding vicious dogs. Otherwise, we're just kind of in a holding pattern, until we can get this this program really moving. And like Mayor Alec had mentioned, is having the capacity over again to take what we catch, and not just what we catch, what all 19 villages catch every single day. If once this project is in a full mode program, because even though the Mayor's Council of Guam has really tried to do a group effort, with traps, and in a particular village from as many mayors as possible, as we possibly can give, we're still on the side catching our own animals, trying to keep a pace of, or at least a movement of the capture of animals going on in our village, not waiting until the program comes into our village.
So basically, Gain is full to capacity. Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
That's correct.
So the program is at a standstill because we got nowhere to put all these
No. It's not at a standstill. Not at a standstill, but it's not. I mean, let's compare. When you compare animal control in the States versus animal control here in Guam. We have basically one shelter for stray animals. Back in the States, if you're in LA, I have family in LA, and if the shelters in that area where people bring strays or bring pets that they no longer want, they bring them to that shelter. That shelter has other shelters, within a reasonable distance to them, where they can kind of just farm out these unwanted pets to other shelters. Here in Guam, we don't have that.
Yeah.
It's Gain's the ball. Gain is our only game in town.
I know that Mayor Louise was on last week, and she said she caught 62 stray dogs and some cats, and was trying to make them go over to the Gain shelter.
Yeah.
How many? What is the capacity? What is the capacity over at Gain?
I'm not sure what the capacity is, but Gain shares the kennels half with the mayors and half with the general public. So they that is their policy that half of their kennels has to be open for the public that brings in animals.
I've been up there. There's the 62 probably would have filled the whole place up.
I could imagine, and I believe it did, because we ran into some issues last week about that.
So then, what do we do with the animals that we catch when the shelter's already full?
Well, they let them go. As a matter of fact, if you've talked to Gain, when animals are captured and they're unable to care for that animal, they let them go. Now, the idea of if you talk to the Gain people, and I think even Mr. Lore, who's talked about humane treatment of animals, they say that we capture these animals. What the program that will work is you capture them, you spay or neuter them, and then you release them. The only animals that they won't release are those that are truly vicious animals. So even though we have 60,000 animals running around this island, how many of those animals are they truly euthanizing because they're vicious? And if they're not deemed vicious, we still have a 60,000 population of stray animals, because you capture them, you spay and neuter them, and then you release them. The only thing that's happening is you're reducing the reproduction cycle of those stray animals.
Right.
They're not the population is not growing, but they still exist. Now, I'm not a veterinarian. I'm not an animal person. I don't have pets. I don't. My belief when my family owned a dog is that if I don't have a fence where I can let that pet run around in, I'm not going to own a pet. That's a cat, dog, it doesn't matter. I don't like to see pets tied. I don't like to see pets confined in a cage. If I own a pet, I want them to be able to freely roam as they did when I was growing up. Mm-hmm. I'm in my 60s. So, you can imagine that back in the 1960s, 50s, 1960s, 70s.
It's a different time, Mayor.
Different time.
Yeah.
But nowadays, because they are a problem in numbers, and then not only in numbers, that you have some of these pets that are truly vicious. you know, finding a way to address this problem is a real challenge.
Especially the little dogs.
They say that capturing them, then spaying and neutering them, and then letting them go is a solution. I'm not the duty expert, but we're still going to always have roughly 60,000 stray animals. It's just the only thing this program is doing is reducing the increase in the total number of pets that you're going to see out there, because you're cutting off the reproductive capability, over the long haul. But until these pets die of old age, you're going to see them roaming around. And ultimately, if they become challenged in the food source that's available to them, they will become vicious. I see that many times. The reason why, because we have pets, we raised dogs. So when I see dogs that start becoming aggressive at my neighbor's dogs or my relatives' dogs, it's because they're fighting for a food source. Back in the day, you didn't always have the luxury of going to the store and buying them dog food. So you put out scraps, and that's what they would eat. And then, that runt would eventually, if it's either going to die or it's going to fight its way to be able to, get the food it needs to survive. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I don't know.
I know
on the other side of the ranch. Can we just talk about real quick, because I know we've talked about that in length, but one of the things that I want to share, though, that we're working on with the mayors is with the Lieutenant Governor's help, and of course the governor, and hopefully through the Education Stabilization Fund, we'll be able to address the social and emotional needs of our students this summer and with an after-school program. So we do know that DOE and perhaps some other organizations are preparing for summer school, but we're hoping that all the mayors will jump on board with some type of summer school program or after school program that addresses not only their educational needs and their studies, but also the social and emotional needs of our children, because we know that's definitely impacted. So we're hoping that this week the mayors and their offices will work on some kind of plan for a sustainable summer school program and an after school program. So we'd probably be sharing a lot of that information in the near future. So that's exciting for us this week.
Like there's going to be a press conference?
We haven't done that yet, or we haven't decided that yet. Everything is still in the planning stages, and definitely need to move quickly, because summer's just about here. So but definitely there are plans to do something for the summer and for the after school program as we begin the next school year with the face-to-face learning.
We did have a comment here. Are the mayors currently picking up white goods and junk vehicles?
We will be. We just received the additional money from the Recycling Revolving Fund. I believe it was just last week that we received that. So our admin office is preparing the purchase orders for that, and the offices should be receiving their money, if not this week, then maybe by next week. Yes, if they have white goods, electronics, and other types of recyclables that need to get disposed, just call your mayor's office and find out if they have a list and get on it. And when they get the POs, they definitely be able to dispose that for you.
I wanted to follow up on something with Mayor Gogui. Is the public information meeting still going to be held for that multi-purpose project? Is it next week?
Yes. In fact, yes, it will be. And it's scheduled for April 7th at 6 o'clock in the evening, and it'll be via Zoom. We're because we can't genuinely have more than 30 people social gather, and our facility, it would be a challenge to utilize our existing community center to really hold that kind of meeting. We're going to do it via Zoom. So the real basic agenda is that we're going to present the renderings of the proposed facility, provide floor plan, provide a visual, what they call it, a share screen of the floor plan, and that will include the basic floor plan and even the sheltering floor plan, we'll post those up on our during our meeting, and then we'll just afford the community to ask any questions that they might have regarding the community center. And we'll also actually invite them to, if they have any questions that they want to submit, they can submit it in advance. I provided my email address, and then we'll try to prepare answers to those questions during that meeting.
All right. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Jesse, anything else? How's the 660?
No, that's it.
Have a good Holy Week, and we'll talk to you when there's more information.
Did you want to make noise
Yes.
about the 600 million? Have you guys, I know you said you turned in your wish list, right? How's it looking? What's the conversation like?
There's still conversation, and hopefully that conversation will turn into reality. But we have not received anything just yet. But we're being promised, and the commitment is there. So we'll certainly let you know when all of that is received.
Any update on the senior centers, guys? Sorry.
No, the senior center is a status quo. They won't open until they can have 100% capacity. And that's just something we've always talked about, and that they've also agreed on. And that just because, how do you prioritize which Manamco can get in, right? So, they're not. So far, no one is open.
All right. Mayor Jesse Gogui, anything in closing here before we let you go?
Well, I just like to wish everybody a happy Easter, and I know that families are planning to celebrate this this event. In fact, I'm trying to work with my family on how we're going to celebrate this event, keeping in mind, at least for my family, that we're going to try to keep it within that 30 people gathering. My family knows that I'm very sensitive about this COVID-19 pandemic, because I tested positive back in January, and I'm still having effects of that COVID-19 virus with my breathing, and that I'm actually going through respiratory treatment twice a week because of this pandemic. And it's crazy. People need to be safe. And they need to know that it's still out there, and it's still a threat to our people, to our community. And I just thank I thank God that I wasn't when I was having my lung problems, I didn't get to a point where I needed to be intubated.
Wow, Mayor, sorry to hear that.
Yeah. By any chance, did you get vaccinated though?
I couldn't. As soon as I hit because once they got down to 60. Within 3 days is when I test positive.
So you got to wait 3 months, right?
3 months. That is correct.
Wow. Okay. How bad was it?
So it's really serious. I mean, people don't realize this is a serious thing, and it's actually forcing me to telework from home. Wow. Because I have a oxygen concentrator at home. I have a mobile oxygen tank that if I leave the house, I have to bring that with me, because I can't get clearance from a doctor to say that I can go back to work without these items. And so I'm being forced to telework from home. So I just, please be safe. This is Holy Week, and what we don't want to do is see a massive spread of this virus, because people went beyond the guidance that's provided. And this is based on science. As the governor has mentioned all along, since we've been, this declaration has been made, is that she's basing her decisions on science, as much as I want to spend time with my family, our parents are gone. I'm the oldest sibling in my family on Guam, so with my sisters that are here, and their families, and my nieces and nephews, I like to spend time with them, but I want to do it safely. I want to do it responsibly, and the spread of this, this COVID is serious. A real serious thing. And so I just ask that people be safe and have and celebrate Easter for what it is.
Well, what do you think, Mayor? Do you think that we opened up too quickly, or do you have your thoughts on that side of it?
I don't think we have, because, we do have people getting the vaccination, and I believe that is making a difference. but we're not 100% of the people on Guam have been vaccinated. And so there is still that threat of the spread. And so, as a matter of fact, my wife and I, as soon as we hit our 90-day mark, we're looking at getting vaccinated, because all of us, there's 5 in my family, 2 children, my wife and I, and my granddaughter, and we all eventually caught that virus. It was brought into our house by one of my kids, and we all felt the effects of the COVID-19 virus and more. But I'm the one who suffered the most from it, and everybody after their 14 days, the fever went away, and they were able to go back to work. But I'm still feeling the effects of this virus.
Wow.
Yeah. I had no idea, Mayor.
Yeah.
And so you're still suffering the effects. So were you hospitalized at any point?
Twice.
Wow.
Twice. Yes.
How did that happen?
I mean, well, because my breathing was getting a lot better, right? And so they released me. My oxygen saturation was hitting the 90s and staying in the 90s. When I returned home, I don't know what it was, but I was home for about 2 weeks, and my breathing started becoming more labored, so I spoke to my primary physician. He goes, "You need to go get checked," and I have an oximeter at home. My father had COPD when he was still alive, and so I went and got his oximeter at his place and brought it home. And I not only was having labored breathing, but I was using the oximeter and noticing that it was staying in the 80s instead of being in the 90s, 90% saturation. And so when I spoke to the doctor, he goes, "You need to go into the hospital and emergency and have yourself checked." So I got checked, and sure enough, they said, "We need to admit you," and they admitted me. I'd stayed in the hospital for the second time for about a week, and the reason why they released me was because I needed to be, my lungs needed to be treated. And so, and I needed to have a supplemental oxygen, to breathe, so that when I'm up walking around, it doesn't hit the 80s and sometimes even the 70s, and potentially causing me to pass out. And so that's what I do. I'm close to an oxygen source when I'm home, and so if I'm feeling a little winded, I just go into my room and turn the darn thing on and catch my breath. And so, I mean, it scared the crap out of my family, including my siblings. After hearing some of the people that we know personally that have passed away from this virus.
Right.
And so, I tell them I'm okay. I'm young. I mean, even though I'm in my 60s, I still consider myself young.
Do you know how you said you got it from one of your kids? Do you know how your child got it?
My son tested positive first, and I'm not sure how he came in contact with the virus. They do the contact tracing and so on and so forth, but because of the medical privacy, they're not going to tell my son who gave it to him. They're just going to say, well, you caught it and they treat us for it, and then they deal with trying to keep it from spreading. I respect that.
Well, we'll pray for you, Mayor, especially since you say you're still
I'm doing
suffering.
good. Thank you.
Yeah.
And prayers are always good,
Yeah.
but and I just want to rest assured, make people feel good that I'm recovering, and I will. I mean, nothing's gonna. I tell people nothing's gonna stop me from seeing this multi-purpose center, through to completion. Nothing, not even a deathbed. I will see this project through to completion.
Knocking on wood. Yeah, Mayor. My boy caught it. He's 17, and it was the same. He didn't get hospitalized, but the same thing with the breathing. He said he felt like he was sore all over, and there was a little sharp pain when he was taking in the breath. So, I mean, if someone that young can get hit with it and feel that, I can only imagine in the elderly. And we all know, I mean, over 100 people died, so it's heavy. Thank you, Mayor Jesse.
So, you're welcome. Be safe out there.
Be safe.
Good get, Mayor Alec. Thank you.
Thank you, too. You guys have a good week.
You too. Thank you again. It's
Adios.
our weekly update from the Mayor's Council of Guam there with The two Mayor Jessies, Mayor Jesse Allig, Mayor Jesse Gogwe. Of course, there was a third Mayor Jesse, but y'all know how that ended.
Okay, I got it now.
It's 8:10. Yeah, Jay.
So that, and of course, disclosing whether you've had COVID or not is completely like at the discretion of the person. But that would, at least that we know of, two mayors that contracted COVID, right?
Asin Mayor,
Asin Maina Mayor Frankie Salas.
Yeah. Mayor Gogwe. Unless there are others that we just didn't know about.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's. I mean, they don't have to disclose that.
Right.
I mean, and like you guys have been saying since this thing first started, like the mayors are and their staff are at the front line of this thing. Mm-hmm. And they didn't get approved to receive the vaccine until the vaccine program was like, what, a month in?
Maybe. What?
It was too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever it was. 8:10, guys. We're KUAM FM, Agania, Guam. No KUAM TV today.
There is college basketball on today.
That's right.
There's March Madness. And right now, the Michigan Wolverines are...
Wolverines!
They're up in their game with national
say it like that, Jay.
National Coach of the Year, Juwan Howard. You're a big Red Dawn fan, right?
Well, I just remember that part of the movie. They remade it recently.
Yeah.
And then was it like the North Koreans or something?
Mike, was it North Korea or was it China? I didn't see.
They changed the enemy.
Yeah. So
Right.
Michigan is up 32-21 on a very talented Florida State team. So Michigan's up.
There you go. It's 8:11. We'll be back with more of the link next. Good morning.
Tacos.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together. And we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Corazón ten imaspiku nani nasinyahu ufresin maisatu arabatutehi ten defendi
8:18 on this Holy Monday. Welcome to The Link. It's brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E Carrier. Monday, March 29th. Let's get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mazzanani.
Half a day, everybody. A man was rushed to Naval Hospital Sunday morning following a 911 report of a car that ran off the roadway at the Talifofo Bay Overlook. GFD spokesperson Cherika Charkoloff says the report was made at 7:16 in the morning. The man was unconscious when he was transported to the hospital. His condition is not known at this time. Senators passed a total of 11 bills and one resolution during session late Friday. They include a pair introduced at the request of the governor. One would refund certain bonds backed by business privilege taxes that would save millions in debt service over the next 3 years. The other would appropriate $3 million to fund a new enhanced emergency 911 Fund. 3 people tested positive for COVID-19 out of 110 tests performed on Saturday. According to the Joint Information Center, just 1 person was hospitalized with the virus. To date, there have been a total of 7,800 officially reported cases of COVID on Guam since March of last year. 134 deaths, 31 cases are active, and there are more than 7,600 recoveries. Guam's CAR score also remains at 0.1. As for vaccines, 80,409 doses have been administered so far, with 49,238 having received their first dose, and 31,171 people are fully immunized. And with more news, but in tomorrow, here is Ken Concepcion.
Buenas noches, este asunto que finut sa morgen ni KUAM News para lunes, 29 de marzo 2021. Just natataw positibo para COVID-19 gisanto des ni man Mateas gi Isabelo, según ni Joint Information Center. Uno mas petad pwede pesti. Esta hulo Isabelo por todo na kausang COVID sa 7,834 man matay. 31 ni manggagi active na isolation sa 7,635 ti manggagi active isolation. Igrado niya guahan gi CAR sa sumaga gi 0.1. Gibinakuna na banda. Esta 80,400 mamabakuna, guihi 49,238 sa finen na nabinakuna, 31,171 sa mga kusundera na esta kabales sa ibinakunan niya. Gyutro asunto, makunin sigira suntaw to gati gi Nevo Hospital gi Gandamengo, animagang gi 911 padung kareta ni padung papay gi Talafofo Bay Overlook. Spokesman para Guam Fire Department si Chirika Shargalov, ilig niya na ma-report esti gi alas 7:16 gi ekan. Itaw-taw sa ringgo ani makukuni kati para ospital. Kondisyon na gitaluan ng Domingo sa timatungo tabiya. Gyorto talo, maresta si Rosalind Perkin, 29 anos na edad, na masarts pon manataka sa nabetisong pamilya no 32 misdemeanor na puribulot sa gi publiko ni kananda di sinilay. Sigon ni Kotti, man-respondi polisiya gato gi un apartment gi sa barigada sa purgahan man complain. Ibiktima sangan na bulato si Perkin sa magumento siya idos. Aaka si Perkin ibiktima, gikusanturan kanay niya. Masoldat si Perkin ni polisiya dumede hagi kantun tangkin bersula siya gifyo ni apartment. Ani may yuti, manoka atso sa kulan parodaw ko'y polisiya. Manota niyo polisiya na kulang bulato si Perkin, tikerpendizo na paililing niya sa paad kohot. Di masatikalo, maski 5.8 milyon pesos na income tax refund sa parufan na mail pat pamadeposita para 20-20 na sakan na tax tan pado siya gimapos na sakan. The Department of Revenue and Taxation sa mga listo na pasi para 2,120 na refund. Notali na si animan mafayo antes di 21 de Febrero pago na sakan. Pero naligaw, izumo at tao per refund halong gi izumo account gi www.myguamtax.com so nasabihan si lookup status of 1040 refund na submission niya. I-revenue and tax at sinya unagang gi 635-184041 pa 635-7651. Lo nota ha por favor na por sempre send me kay man managang ma-recommenda ni Revenue and Tax na nasabihan sa niya look status na submission. But email siya gi incometax@reftax.guam.gov. Gyuto mo, at sa kansumot sa Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers sa tiwaman matugati gi Micronesia Mall, zaman manispipya po dosenya na empleo siya. Este na sa kansumot sa mga preferensiya zi 100% na premium na kanin apaka pa tenderloin na manok, numasumay, mabaran kanay, zaman na lago ni manalago mo. Matungo mas este na kumpanya para di centric to na izon niya cane sauce ni mapatitan nas kada dia sa mauusa zi mas premium na inas ni zan ginisa sa masaserve loki at zi extra long crinkle cut na fries Texas toast zan coleslaw. I-area manager para Raising Cane's si Gian Kin ilig niya naman manispiper siya 40 estag 50 na kusinero cashiers zan adisi niya man manasista customer siya para sa gansamot sa gi Micronesia Mall. Isweldo sa tutungwi gi 9 pesos gi ora para sa may nagihulugad sa 9 pesos 50 centimos gi ora gisantati na banda. Para mas informasyon po sotso agang si Kin gi 486-5165. Kada dia ungog yasunto sa natikulu siya ni mafafitay tanota gifinot sa moro. Kung gi-isla sa moro streaming radio gipelagon KUAM. Ano pare KUAM.com sa naligaw gi-disibisyo siya ni napapatu ni KUAM para itaw-taw siya. Para KUAM News, guaw si Ken Concepcion.
More news update, 8:24 on the link. We'll take a really quick break and come back with the Chamber of Commerce, Guam Contractors Association, talking about the BPT rollback next, right here on the link.
Quench that thirst at McDonald's.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Raising Cane's, yeah, they're opening on Guam. That was just in the news here.
Sorry, I must have missed that.
Right on.
I'm so focused on rollback of BPT at this point that I've got tunnel vision.
Right on. So, yeah, that's obviously what you guys came on to talk about. So where are we with that, Christine? Because I know there's been a lot of back and forth, and the governor, again, has been just very firm in her opposition of the rolling back of the BPT. So just a status update, and then we'll just dive right into it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the governor has said since the get-go that she's not in support of any rollback of the BPT. And likewise, the chamber and our partners, Guam Contractors Association, Mary from GHRA was supposed to join us this morning. And most of the business organizations are, have been consistent about rolling it back. We're coming off of a very difficult year for our business community and the employees that have basically lost their jobs because businesses are not healthy, they're not thriving. As we're on this road to recovery, we really need relief. We need to provide our business community an opportunity to get healthy, to bring back our employees, and be on that right path to recovering our economy.
So what conversations have you had with the administration this time around?
Well, we're not actually focusing on the administration at this point. We've been really just working with the senators. Right. There's 3 different bills before the legislature. One that just outright rolls back BPT. There's another one that reduces it to 3% and implements a 2% sales tax. And then there's another one that rolls it back by 1% and contemplates an unemployment insurance. And so really our focus right now is with the legislature. We can't even begin to speak with the administration until we get it past the legislature. And so we're hoping that the legislature will schedule some public hearings, allow the community to voice their opinion, their position, their feelings on the rollback, and kind of move on from there.
Well, out of those three bills that you mentioned, which one is the chamber supporting the most, or are you supporting all three?
We're supporting the rollback of the BPT outright. I think when you add on different measures, you kind of convolute the situation. If there's a sales tax that they want to implement, or another insurance, then I think that needs to be separate, and we need to focus on the rollback because that's the most immediate need for our community. As I mentioned, there's people that are still out of work. We've just allowed bars to open. We're starting to see the increases of capacity, which is really helpful. But, coming off of a year of not really having enough income or no income and still having those bills all along that time, I mean, it's really difficult out there. And so we're hoping that the legislature will support, giving us basically this relief, support businesses getting on the right track and basically, improving our economy. We're looking at tourism. Hopefully, I mean, nobody expects that come May 1st, there's going to be an influx of thousands of visitors. But, we have to start somewhere. And certainly as we start to welcome these visitors, we need to have businesses out there so that they can eat at our restaurants, shop in our retail, go on tours, go jet skiing, go paddle boarding, do all the wonderful things that make Guam special. So we're really hoping for that support out of the legislature.
What bill number is that one?
5.
Bill 5, okay.
530.
And 5 is just straight up roll it back. No,
correct.
No passing it on. This sales tax is kind of cuckoo. I mean, it almost seems like it's pitting you guys against everyone else out here. It's like, yeah, we'll roll back the BPT, but guess what, consumer? You're going to bear the cost of a 2% sales tax. Nuts.
Well, if you look at the history behind how this whole thing started, basically in the previous administration, where Trump had raised or actually reduced taxes for corporate taxes. And so that had an adverse effect on the local government because now we're not getting in as much federal money as we were in the past. Yeah. And so we were told, on the onset of increasing the BPT was that, this is going to be a temporary measure until such time that we get back on our feet and, should things get better. And then, of course, the pandemic hit. So now we've got a new administration. We're seeing that they're going to roll back some of the tax breaks that were given to corporations. So that's going to bring back some of that money that potentially was lost in the previous administration. And so that's one of the reasons why I think that we should start to look at this rollback. And then you have the American Rescue Plan that's going to include the EITC payments. And that's going to be additional funding of at least up to $60 million. So, a lot of things have changed over the course of the couple of years. And so I think this is a perfect time now that we consider to roll back, especially coming off of like Christine mentioned, a very hard year where especially small businesses were suffering because, they didn't have enough funding to keep their employees. And now they've got to pay this additional 1% from what they were used to a couple of years ago. So the rollback here is going to make sense because now we're trying to come back and rebuild our economy. And so a lot of these businesses don't take this money and put it in their pocket and say, oh, I'm good with it. They're going to be reinvesting it back into their businesses and eventually back into the community by hiring more people and upgrading and updating their facilities. Right now, a lot of hotels are preparing for the influx of tourists and hopefully new tourists. And so they're reinvesting some of that money to remodeling and refurbishing their properties to prepare for that. So all we're asking the government to do is, give us a break, give us some relief, get back that 1% that, you charged us. And that was, again, we were under the impression that was going to be temporary and then move forward from there.
Yeah, I mean, the argument against the BPT, I mean, and they're saying, so what, each percentage point is tied to like some $60 million in revenue or something? Christine, was that the number that they threw out?
That's about right. And so, as James said, the government EITC has never been reimbursed. The last I looked, it was hovering around 57 million. I think with this last year and people not being in jobs, you're going to see that EITC credit surge. And so, we expect it to be way over 60 million. The argument had always been that there's not going to be enough money for government services. I think, again, that's not the case, considering that you're going to get, this reimbursement that was never provided to Guam in the past. And as James mentioned, we're looking at October based on all the reports that we're getting where the new Biden administration is going to implement those tax increases that were formerly rolled back. And so, the EITC plus the upcoming tax collections is going to more than compensate for whatever losses are going to be experienced from that 1%. And again, it's an opportunity to provide that relief to the business community who, in some cases have been shut down for almost, I think it's been over a year, who have been operating at reduced capacity and who have had to reduce the hours of their employees or lay them off because there wasn't sufficient income to support them. We need to get back on track. We need to revive our economy and bring our people back to work.
You said that the chamber's been in discussions with the senators, right? So with Bill 53, that's the one by Joe San Augustine and Tina Munoz Barnes relating to the sales tax, and then Bill 22, Senator Torres, Tina Munoz Barnes, and Amanda Shelton. That one's dealing with the unemployment insurance program, and then Bill 5, which you guys had mentioned by some of the Republican senators. So these three bills, if you guys have been talking to the legislature, have you talked about these bills before it was introduced? Did they say, hey, I'm planning on introducing this bill related to sales tax. I'm planning on introducing this bill regarding the unemployment insurance program. Did you guys talk to them about it? Or was this like, oh, I didn't know you guys were going to introduce this?
Well, I think the legislature has not made it a practice to talk to the chamber before they introduce their bills. It always kind of comes after the fact. And so, we have been in discussion with them. I know, even with the one relative to the sales tax, that particular one, I've had a conversation with the governor on, and it's complicated, right? To change our whole tax system and move to a sales tax, and trying to implement sort of both at the same time is not just, okay, now it's law, everybody do it. Businesses have to adjust, and then, consumers have to adjust. It's a complicated process. So it's not anything that can be implemented in the near future. And then there's still a lot of discussion, I think, that has to happen with unemployment insurance, because if you look at that program nationwide and really what the components are, it's a program that requires people to work for a year. You can't just go work for a few months and quit and expect to get this unemployment insurance. It's a very different animal than what we're seeing with PUA. And I think that there needs to be a lot more education and understanding. Essentially, it's another tax on the business. So you still are not providing that relief. You're saying you're rolling back GRT to 1%, but you're implementing another 1%. And, I think right now the business community and the organizations are just asking for an outright relief from this burden that was implemented in light of losing revenue. And that is not the case, in this next year. And so, we need this relief to be able to recover.
Let me just play devil's advocate here, right? So obviously the BPT, and you're right, it was because of the Trump tax cuts. We're not seeing that impact as much, but we are seeing the impact of the pandemic. But then again, we're getting $600 million, right, to replace lost revenue. So if you guys do get this BPT rollback, is that going to be it, or are you going to come back next year and say, oh, we need another 1% off because we're just not getting any relief?
No, I think the 4% is something that we've operated under. Again, the 1% was supposed to be temporary, and that was not the case. And so let's get this relief in place and see how we can revive our economy, how businesses thrive, how many people we can get back to work. I think the latest stats that I saw is our unemployment is upwards of 19%.
Yeah.
Even the U.S. is that high in unemployment. And, we keep saying it, PUA, thank goodness for our people that they have something to use to pay their bills. September is now the new date. Give us this time to recover so that when they're ready to come back to work and when we're able to employ them, we're going to have the capacity to do so. We can't, 19%, that is insane. That's a lot of people out of work.
Where's Jessica?
She had to go talk to her plumber.
Oh, okay. Hi, Jessica. We just wanted to bring you on and maybe give your 2 cents here on this rollback.
Sure. So, we, I'm a member of Guam Chamber, a board member, and also a past board member of GCA and a small business owner. So this is something that's affected all of the businesses on Guam. And although it seems like a small amount, it really adds up. And in this time, everybody's struggling. And that 1% can make a big difference. I know there's been talk about doing it as a sales tax instead of a hidden, but that's something I think that needs to be addressed further down the road. The immediate issue that everybody's facing, small businesses around the island and around the world are just trying to minimize our costs, and to have this added burden of something that was supposed to be a temporary thing, it would be helpful. It would be it seems like only a small amount, but even when we're calculating our GRTs and our BPTs, it basically, we can see the difference, and it's a small amount, but it does help. And we need every little bit of help that we can get just to kind of help everybody make it through the recovery period where we're at right now. And it's going to be a long, arduous road, and it's not easy. And we appreciate every little bit that we can be afforded as small businesses to make it through and come out ahead of all of this after all is settled.
So if you guys have been talking to senators, what's been their feedback?
We've actually had a lot of empathy and support in our conversations. The senators recognize how difficult this year has been. Obviously, prior to these latest announcements on the increase of taxes at the federal level or the EITC reimbursement, the fundamental concern had been the ability to support government services and make sure that government workers weren't impacted. And so, I think that for us, knowing that, okay, that's been addressed, there's no threat to government services or its employees. Now's the time for the government to support the private sector and to support its employees. And as Jessica mentioned, especially for our small businesses out there, it's been a tremendous struggle. Catherine and I just this last week, Friday, were at the chamber office with a small business owner that was in tears because they're going to have to shut down their business. And you spend you invest your money, savings, you put sometimes your house, your cars as collateral to pursue this dream of owning a business. And then, a lot, especially with small business owners, you're making $100,000 a year with the cost of goods and everything. You can't even hire staff. You're the janitor, you're the, cashier, you do pretty much everything. And to invest all that effort and money and have to close is really hard. And so my heart goes out to those. I had to close my business. It's very difficult. I had employees, and to turn around and let them know I'm sorry. I can't keep your job. I need to shut down and you kind of try your best to keep whatever benefits or give them whatever you can, but it's hard. Some of those employees that we had to tell, that we couldn't employ them any longer had been with me since the beginning, and then what? There's nothing. So we really, really, really need help, and we're hoping that the senators will provide that support, and that we could, be on that road to recovery.
But what I don't know.
Yeah,
Why
it
do you
seems
think
like
the senators are really going to help you when nothing was done in the last legislature? I mean, what's different?
They're also scared of the governor.
Yeah.
I think we were able to successfully pass the delay in the implementation of zero plastic bags, just to give everyone time to adjust to that. We were able to work with them to get a 6-month delay in the minimum wage increase. I think this legislature, this group, is open to discussions, open to compromises, because I think more than ever, they're seeing the impact to the business community. I mean, we continue to see businesses closing. Again, 19% unemployment. I mean, these are alarming numbers that, were not the reality a year ago. So I feel like this legislature is more open to the discussion than the prior one. So we're optimistic.
So is Bill 53 and Bill 22 a compromise?
22 is the unemployment.
That is
and 50
that's the unemployment. That's the one by Mary Torres and Talina, the speaker, vice speaker, and Amanda Shelton. And Bill 53 is the sales tax.
No, I think with those introductions, they're trying to propose different, sort of kill two birds with one stone, if you will. And that's why we're going back to them saying, let's keep these as separate pieces of business, because the discussion on unemployment and the discussion on a sales tax should not be convoluted with the support that you intend to provide to the business community or its employees, right? We need to keep them as separate conversations and debate each one separately, because even as Chris mentioned, the sales tax is a tax on the overall consumer, the business community should not be held hostage because of that discussion as a separate discussion, or the discussion on unemployment. The community and workers need to understand those components and be wanting to support it, as a separate piece of business from the relief that's needed right now for businesses, our discussion with them is to support Bill 5. And let's just do the rollback and then have these conversations later on as we are.
So it's a strive for Bill 5 and a hard no for Bill 53 and Bill 22.
A hard no or a hard whoa?
Or delay and reintroduce it separately.
Okay. Wow. Good luck.
Yeah. You hear that? How she sounds? Yeah, it's not as optimistic as you guys. Because this is not just going to take this bill hitting the floor, debated, passed duly by the body. The governor is going to veto it, right? And then Senate's going to go back down. So that means that they're going to have to override it and get on the governor's bad side when we're getting the $600 million. And right now, nobody wants to get on the governor's bad side because she's going to have $600 million reasons that we got to be nice to her.
What about the Women's Chamber? Are you guys kind of talking with them? I noticed you said you had GHRA, but what about the Women's Chamber of Commerce?
We did meet with them, or one of their representatives it was just Friday, I think. So a lot of the times what happens with any bill or any position, you have to go back to your board and you have to go back to sort of your directors and kind of get their feel for it. Initial conversations that we had with them, as you know, they did join the PAC and that was one of the key things that we were pushing through. And so we're working with them to reaffirm that the rollback, and we're optimistic as well that they'll join us. So, we hope so, because all businesses are feeling the effect. All businesses, are struggling in one way or another. And so, I can't imagine that, their businesses were exempt from that impact. I know they have a lot of small businesses as well. And so we're also working with the Korean and Chinese Chamber. Am I missing anyone, James? Jessica? Is that the...
Yeah, I think you all of them already.
Yes.
Sounds like everybody.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna do like a rally? I remember didn't you guys do a rally last year? You guys went to.
Yeah, we did a motorcade and so forth. We haven't really discussed those efforts. Where a lot of it right now is just starting the conversation, trying to work to get the public hearing, and then kind of going from there.
I know you said you're talking with the senators, but has there been any idea to maybe one last time with your hat in your hand go to Adelup and say, hey, is there any way we can work this out?
Certainly. I think, as I mentioned, one of the things I've been consistent about with the governor is the rollback, and she's been consistent with no. So in the next year, I'm hoping with all the positive things that we can look forward to in this next year. I think certainly the biggest stressor has been the pandemic and the safety of our people. And, with the vaccine program that's well underway, folks are doing a good job. I think we're in a different place as far as that discussion. Last year, with the public health emergency, people dying and, just the fear of the spread and things getting worse, having that conversation at the same time there, we're just in a different place. So I'm optimistic that the conversation is different this year and that, perhaps there's opportunities to compromise and, work together on something that's for the benefit of the entire community. And the private sector is an integral part of our entire community. So, we're hoping for that balance.
Well, good luck.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you,
Have a good
James.
day. Thanks, James.
See you, Christine. See you guys.
Adios.
Hasta.
Bye-bye.
Right on. Tough one there, man.
I know.
Tough one.
I feel like you
got to give them props though, because it's a hard no, but they're still like, And the governor's calling her senators like, I better not see your name anywhere near this BPT rollback or you cut. Guaranteed. Sorry, is that too much? Am I going too hard on this? It's Holy Week. I'm just saying, governor says no, it's no. That's it, no. That's it. End of story. Forget about it. Desinia, pal, thou shalt not pass.
Yeah, but they got to work those senators. They can override.
That's where it's going to be. Yeah,
they got to work them.
I'm assuming they get 7 Republicans right off the bat, probably. Right? Depending, because there was that whole shakeup with the Republican minority, and anyway, yeah, keep track of that.
Strive for Bill 5.
Strive for Bill 5. Give the axe to the sales tax. I don't want to pay no 2% sales tax. You guys are crazy. What? You lose that noise.
Everything's got to be difficult. Right.
2% now? Are you crazy? Anyway, 8:53. Yes, we're getting the Salvation Army coming up. Monday, March 29th. We'll take a quick break and come back with more of the link next. Here, good morning.
Say hello to...
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's. Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
GU Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half Day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Endosa Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Endosa Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Good stuff there. Three Choice Sunset tonight. It's 9 o'clock. We're KUAM FM Agani Guam. Just got a message from Minority Leader Senator Chris Duenas. He says, Moylan, Anna, and Duenas on Bill 5. We got it. Just 7 more to go. It's not supposed to be funny, but it just kind of is, you know. Because Christine Boletta with the chamber, like, it's been awkward for her during this pandemic. Because she's on a couple of these, like, boards that never meet that the governor has, the economic something or other boards. And so she's, like, the one who's always like, when a BPT rollback? And, I mean, she told us it's, like, awkward sometimes.
What does PAC stand for again?
Which one?
PAC.
PAC.
The one
Action PAC. Political Action
PAC.
Committee.
Action
Yeah,
PAC.
they had a whole Political Action
They should
Committee.
actually have 10 votes, right? Because they supported 10 candidates.
Yeah. But that was the election. You know, in the election, these senators say anything they got to say, anything to get that vote. They were like, BBT rollback, yeah, we got. Don't tell the governor. Yeah, so maybe we'll catch up tomorrow with some of them and find out what's up with these different measures
Not all of them got in, that's right.
to roll back the BBT. It's 9:01. Let's head to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have Captains Eric and Carrie Rudd of the Salvation Army. I just wanted to get you guys on this little bit of an update. I know it's been a while. Actually joining us from sunny Hawaii, where I believe Captain Carrie just had a knee surgery, so I hope you're doing okay.
Yep, doing good. Ready to get home.
Right on. Ready to hit that quarantine?
Yeah, or the long flight too. So I just
Right,
hope it's
yeah.
not all totally packed full.
Well, my mom just got out of quarantine yesterday, and she had like very good remarks for the guard there. She was just, my mom's so positive. She was like, "I love it here. It's great. They're so nice." So I guess there's one rave review. Let's just get right into this update. I know that we're kind of winding our way towards the new normal, right? And I feel like you guys being on the front line, where people who need. Whether it's food, money, any type of services, you guys kind of know, right, where we're at. So where are we in terms of people doing better, doing worse? What's the need like that you guys are hearing about?
You know what? The need is actually ramped up. It seems kind of counterintuitive, but just last month in February, we had 48,000 meals provided through our Family Service Center. People can come and get baby items, diapers, wipes, feminine products. So the need continues to grow. I don't know. I was kind of hopeful that as we have more openness in community that that the numbers would decrease. But I think we're going to be playing catch up for a couple months.
And what are you hearing about, because you're right, it does seem counterintuitive because, okay, businesses are open, 75% capacity. We know that people have started to migrate off to PUA. So those people who are hurting and in need, what are they saying to you?
The fact that people, not everyone's getting back to work yet. And those stimulus checks aren't the silver bullet that we all hope that they would be. I don't know what your mortgage or your rent is, or if you have kids in the house, what it costs to feed them, teenage boys and all of that. It's just, I think it's catching up with people. And the fact that they've had to burn through their savings and through that safety money that we sometimes are able to put aside, I think people are at the very end of that line there. So they're now realizing, oh, I need to get a little bit help here because I still got to keep the power on. I still need my cell phone so I can actually find work if I'm trying to get it. So I think reality is kind of sinking in a little bit. I'm hoping that we ramp out of this sooner than later, but it seems like it's going to be a slow go for a little bit.
You guys
we're still seeing about 20 clients a day. We're open Monday through Thursday from 9 a.m. to 11:45. We're closed on Friday so we can do casework, but we're still serving the community on a regular basis.
I know you guys had a utilities assistance program that you rolled out. What was the response, and how many people were you guys able to help with that?
We burned through that money really quick.
We went through $50,000 super duper quick. It was interesting, and I thought it was kind of a wise thing for the utilities. All the people that were in arrears with them, they gave them a notice and said, "Hey, Salvation Army has some monies that they can help," and so it kind of streamlined the process actually. So folks that needed help were able to come in and get it. In this interim, we farewelled our former family service case manager, and we have a new addition to the team, and she is just an amazing woman. So we're starting to kind of get find our bearings again after the transition. So we have a really good solid team, and I think we're adding to the team, aren't we?
We're adding to the team 2 more social workers and a warehouse worker because of the needs of COVID. And so those will be 18-month positions, and we're in the process of making that happen. So
all this funded through GURA, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Are you guys getting anything from the governor's direct appropriation of $660+ million, or even if not from the governor, anything from the American Rescue Plan?
We don't know yet.
I've been off island, so I'm not.
We don't know yet. What we are doing is actually tomorrow, the 30th, is the groundbreaking for the Lighthouse Recovery Center Women's Recovery Facility. And the governor will be there at noon. We're excited about it. It's a 16-bed residential. There's 12 residential beds, 2 ADA, and 2 withdrawal management beds. And the theme for this particular facility is going to be trees, because it's going to be rooted in family. The idea being and the vision is that we have a women's facility, and eventually we would like to have a family facility. We would like to be a one-stop shop, campus that helps all components of addicted families. So that's the dream, but we're getting there closer tomorrow.
What about
Salvation Army? We try to provide a holistic response to the needs, and we've seen how effective the men's Lighthouse Recovery has been, and we've heard the need for so long. And our predecessors, Majors Tom and Kim Stumbaugh, had the foresight to initiate this, and so we're so excited because COVID put it on hold for a while because we lost many of the contractor workers. So the fact that we're able to open this up and get running again. Very excited about the impact that we can have on our community.
We are looking for community donors to help furnish and help fund the operations as well. So we're going to need help from the community, but we're getting it off the ground, and we're really excited about it. It's something that's desperately needed on island, and I think it's going to have a huge impact as well.
The neat thing about the women's facility is that they built in a place where kids, their family can come and interact with them. Yeah. And so they've built that into the program so we can actually build the families back together. So that's
one of the main reasons why women do not go into treatment is because they don't want to leave their kids. Right. So if we allow for them to be able to see their kids and visit their kids and remain in relationship with their children, then they're more apt to actually seek help.
Can we get an update on the LRC? I know that's one of the shining stars under you guys' programs.
LRC is to capacity right now.
Actually, I got to give her a little plug.
Oh, yeah.
Our director, Valerie Reyes, she just received Social Worker of the Year. So their work, the team over there, I'm just so proud. I didn't pick them out, but I'm so blessed to be able to partner and work with them. They are changing lives every single day. And the gentleman that we have built relationship with, it's really neat to see how dads are getting re-involved and reinvested in their families and their children's lives. Oftentimes with that whole addictive issue that we work through, it's all about me and my needs, and I forget everybody else. But through this education process, they realize that they have an opportunity to maybe be the dad that they never had. And it's an exciting thing. And the fact that we're able to take in new cases now, throughout the lockdown, we weren't able to bring in new folks, but we were able to do the outpatient treatment. But now we're seeing new guys come into the residential program, and it's an exciting opportunity.
On a regular basis. And it's the spiritual component is something that's really worthy of discussing as well. The men are actually coming to church. They're bringing their families, they're bringing their children. And so it really is the holistic approach to recovery as a whole. It's not just about their classes and their AA
or even just the sobriety
or the sobriety itself. It's about them changing their lives entirely. So they're starting to see that, and it's inspiring. It's a really good team there. Really good team.
I remember the first interview we did with you guys, because you guys had come from Washington State, and I know that they've got their issues with meth there. And I believe I don't know if I'd ask you to compare, but now that you've been on Guam, feet wet, how do we compare to kind of what's going on stateside with crystal meth and the use and abuse?
I think the fact that we were a smaller community here, I think it really impacts us even deeper than it does. Now, the numbers in Pacific Northwest are staggering, but there's a lot of folks there. But here on island, everyone's related to somebody. And so I think every family has a touch point and has been affected by this scourge. And so, you know, there's the uncle that we don't talk about, or families are broken. And so I think the impact is actually greater felt here than it is there because
it is a smaller population.
It is. And it's sad. I mean, these guys in our program, yes, we have guys that have been battling addiction issues for years and years and years. And they're kind of old timer guys, but there are kids that are in their mid-20s and that have spent years in prison already because of this issue. And it's
so exciting, though, to watch these 24 to 27-year-old kids. I mean, like, we're 50, so they're kids to us.
They get it.
But they finally start to get it, that they have a choice in their life and that they don't have to choose this lifestyle anymore, and that there's a better way for them to actually cognitively get that and then take the action steps to actually realize it. It's really inspiring. It's good stuff. It's why we do what we do.
And there's so many opportunities for help. And there's so many tools. And I think being clouded in your judgment, you just think that you're on your own and you just got to figure it out and white knuckle it. But there are a lot of people on island that want to help. We want to restore our communities. We want to restore our families because we know that way Guam is going to thrive even more. But like you said, this meth thing is a terrible beast, and it I don't know, it strikes families everywhere. It doesn't matter if you have money in the bank or if you have a steady job, people lose all of that in pursuit of whatever the lie is that this drug tells us.
Yeah.
How crucial is it because you talk about guys in the program who've already done, a few years jail time, but when you reach that person who's like right there, right about to turn the corner to a life of crime, when you reach out, you touch them and you make that difference, how crucial is that? Not just for you guys, but the peers and the peer counselors.
It's absolutely imperative that we get people before they get into the prison system. Because a lot of our guys, it's not jail, it's prison. It's real deal time. Yeah. And that will really affect the rest of your life. Your ability to get a job, your ability to rebuild, and if we can put a stopgap in there and as a community, I think is as we're going to try to open up our building for NA and AA and some of those opportunities.
We're
Some
going
of
to
those
open up the church for those meetings.
and youth programs and stuff. It just those are all stopgaps that will help this process, because if you're living in a silo and you have no support around you that you can see or that you can realize, you're just going to live by your own choices and devices.
It's all about community, teaching these guys and these women that you can do this in community, but you cannot do it alone. Some of the guys I've heard it said, I want to make a living, but I just don't know how to do it legally.
Yeah.
Right? So it's about showing them that it's the harder way, but it's the better way. And it's not as glamorous, and it's certainly not as quick, but it's much more rewarding. And so just showing them a different way and having them try it, and then setting small goals that they can achieve.
Yeah.
And then they can feel successful as they go through the process.
It is interesting though, with so many of the younger guys, everyone's still wanting that immediate, I don't know, I guess I'm an old guy from the 70s and we realize things take longer, but now with the instant message and everything, we want instant fix. And it's not an instant fix. We don't get into this addictive lifestyle and broken families and all of that overnight. It takes time to get into that. And it's going to take some time and some investment and some hard work, honestly, to come back out.
Really what it's about is just investing in these men and women and letting them know, hey, you're worthy. You're worthy of love. You're worthy of the work that we're putting forth for you. You're worthy of this investment because God loves you and we love you and we want to make a difference in your life. And the more you tell them, the more you show up consistently, the more they start to believe that. And they realize, hey, I am worth something. I can do something. And then they start to turn it around. So it's just about that consistent breathing into their lives.
And I don't know if you've been touched by addiction in your family circle or sphere, but I don't know, it's just a devastating thing. And I go back to the Bible, Genesis 1:26. God said, let us create humankind in our image. So I look around and sometimes people have a hard time with the guy standing out on the street with a sign and they're in their own filth and all of that. But that person was created in God's image. That person is someone's brother, someone's sister, someone's mother, someone's aunt. And we have to realize that it's not just a homeless guy or an addict or whatever. That's someone's part of someone's family. And if we can restore that, what a wonderful opportunity.
Hey, man, let's talk about food donations. I know that you guys got a bunch of great donations over the holidays. How's the food bank looking? Are we shaking the tree on that? And then maybe come round robin with the thrift store operation and any ways that people can reach out and help the Army and the people that you guys help.
We're always loving if people are able to drop off any kind of food. Now, we did have a lot of support during Christmas, but during this time of the year, it kind of dips a little bit. So if people are able to strike that opportunity and provide food, we will always put it to good use.
We did get some donations from schools and different service groups for Easter Sunday. And so we were able to gift some of the community kids with different toys and baskets and things that were fun like that, which is always a good time. The crew there, just a shout out to the staff that have been there. They've been running the show. We've been working remotely, but they've been holding down the fort and doing a great job doing it.
And you said the thrift store. Did your son ever get over there to pick up his LPs?
Not yet. We're gonna go though, depending on what you say next. You guys
the store, they always are having good stuff. She finds the best stuff and puts it out. And I don't know, I like to go over there just to wander through. I'm a book guy and you could get books independently, but you can go over there and she'll sell you a box of books for $5. I mean, holy cow, it's summer reading time. It's wonderful. And she has good clothes. Oftentimes the stuff, it comes in brand new with the tag still on it. So you're getting a brand new item at pennies on the dollar. So
she does an amazing job at taking what seemingly would look like junk and turning it into treasures for people.
One person.
I don't know how she does it, but she does a fabulous job.
She does.
She really does.
Well, we want to commend you guys for the work you guys are doing and your staff definitely. And don't be strangers. Come back round. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you.
All right. Thank you so much. Captains Eric and Carrie Rudd of the Salvation Army definitely hit the ground running, I'll say, with their assignment here on Guam. Of course, replacing Major Tom. Yep. Remember Major Tom?
Mm-hmm. Tom Stambaugh, sure.
Yeah, ground control remembers Major Tom. It's 9:19, guys. We'll take a really quick break, and we're coming back with more of The Link next. Good morning.
Whether you use your... When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green annual cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Half a day. Does your child have a hearing loss? We are parents of deaf and hard of hearing children and volunteers with Guam's Positive Parents Together, and we are here for you. We know how you feel and have walked in your shoes. We want to help you navigate your way through our educational and medical systems, and most especially, your emotional journey. Please visit us at www.guamparents.org for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series schedule.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook.
Today, guys, we're giving away a couple of these Great Mess Chamorro cookbooks, courtesy of the Affligui collection. Jay, and we've got a cookbook to give away right now. All you got to do is slide up in our DMs, KUAM News Facebook. Send us a picture of your favorite Chamorro dish. And Jason will pick a winner. We're going to ship the cookbook to you guys, courtesy of the Affligui collection.
Yep.
Is that doable, Jay? Is that easy?
Absolutely.
Right on. So
and hopefully, if things go well and like you're a little lucky and the shipping gods may the shipping gods be ever in your favor.
Right,
you may
yes.
have it by Easter.
Yes, you just may. As long as it avoids the seventh circle of Richmond hell.
Wait, no, I don't think it's sending there, right?
No.
It's getting it to here that
right,
it goes into the abyss.
Well, it depends too. So even if you're off island and you have, a picture of your favorite Chamorro dish, you could still enter to win, and they're going to ship it from Colorado, where Gerard Affligui and his lovely wife are. All right. And so this is a great cookbook, Chamorro Cuisine cookbook. I did an awesome commercial about it with Tan Chai. Okay. So again, slide into our DMs, KUAM News Facebook. Send us a picture of your favorite Chamorro dish, and we'll win you instantly a great Chamorro Cuisine cookbook. It's 9:25. Let's do Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King, where you can get the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper. Great show last night from the Tandang Marianas crew and the Sanhedrin sessions. And so our Cover Me this morning, this is Slingstones and Top Knots, I believe is the name of the group. And the title of the song is Stand By. I think it's Cornizo Totti. Let me see.
And this is a fantastic music video.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
It's just three guys sitting around, jamming. You can tell they really feel the message.
And that was kind of the vibe with this Sanhedrin sessions. It was like trying to recapture that backyard, right? How many of you guys have backyard with the guitar, right?
You see the cooler in the background. You see the sword grass in the background. There's a dog that runs by every. I mean, it really.
Maybe you hear a chicken.
Yeah. It just really feels like a Sunday evening.
There you go. So it's our Cover Me, brought to you by our friends at Burger King, Tandang Marianas with hold on, Top Knots and Slingstones. Cornizo Totti, Take Me Back.
corazón Sen todo ilinalo Sen tresti tunu hagu Koni jutati di fion mu Sabay na ihaw corazón Sen todo ilinalo Sen tresti tunu hagu Noi jute punani Sati maule tunu esti Por favor querida munga malefa Ogu tangwa usan todo item porta Esta humana haulau tingwa huil Kumaila mogilaw imalagu Pues pagunda tempo sempo ti corazón hu Anak unding uju pada nuevo koning jutati fion mu Tabay na ihaw corazón mu San todo ilinalo San tresti zunu hagu Koning jutati fion mu Tabay na ihaw corazón mu San todo ilinalo San tresti zunu hagu
Good stuff there. Top Nonsense, Slingstones, Talk 9:30. That's a clip from Tunduk Marianas and their Sanhizing sessions. Hey, again, the show is brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E. Okay. And Carrier at 647. Cool. We're going to do something a little different here. We want to bring on Evelyn Duenas, and then we'll bring on Mr. B in a little bit, Jay, but he'll be standing by. Evelyn is a former board member for the Guam Regional Transit Authority, and I like to think of her as an advocate for persons with disabilities because that's just what she does. Every time I run into her, she's always got some kind of news that affects, in some way, and sadly, mostly negative ways, affects those persons with disabilities in our community. So, Evelyn, I know this was a couple Payless trips in the making, but thank you for coming on the link this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
And let's just go ahead and start. So you were on the Guam Regional Transit Authority board, right? When was that, and how long did you serve before you were?
I served in, that was a year ago. I was brought on August of 2019, and then I got removed in December 9th of 2019.
Right, and I remember there was a little bit of controversy with your tenure on the board. So what, and if you could just bring us back to that. So why do you feel you were removed from the board?
I guess because I always bring issues and concerns up that relate to the services, and it's a repetitive thing basically, and when it happens more than once, I tend to not let it go off my plate because, like I said, I use the system every day.
Yeah.
So, every day there's always a repetitive issue, and I know that, the agency is just working with its means, but at the same time too, I do believe that there's room to improve that doesn't require money. And that's basically the issues of transportation since they reinvented the wheel from GMTA to Guam Regional Transit Authority. So it is trying to come back as an autonomous agency right now. It's still a semi, but it hasn't, reached the goals that public law, now that I can't remember.
Yeah.
But you talk
the
about
public
these.
law that
Right. Evelyn, can you
Go
just
ahead.
move over in front of the camera so we can see your pretty face? And day, lady in red
Oh,
over
wow.
here. Thank you. That's much better. Okay, Sabrina.
Yeah. So, what are some of the repetitive issues? Have things changed for you?
things change. We now see GITA has brought on 3 new vehicles recently. As a matter of fact, they just got on the road maybe like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. But the thing about it is that the new buses that are running now have lifts, and as you can see, the vans, which are called the MV1s and the Airbox, are all low floor entry. But the 3 buses that came in are what they call high floor, which are lift operated. And GITA moved away from that for a while, which would be called a dinosaur style because it's a lift operated. So because of my past experience on the lift buses, I refuse to ride on the lift buses because of safety issues that I've encountered. I know they're new, but with hydraulics, those things can easily malfunction. I've seen it happen several times with me, so I basically just stay on the low floor vehicles, which are the ramp entries. And it's a lot easier to load and unload that way than it would be with a lift.
Right. But Evelyn, as they kind of move towards getting new buses, are all of the buses from here on out going to be ramp, or are they all going to be hydraulic lift?
What I heard was the buses that they're still waiting for are ramp entry. But as far as I know, people would say seeing is believing on that regard.
Well, I'm looking at this report, I believe, in this letter that you wrote Friday, March 26th. You accessed fixed route and paratransit service, and so if you could just take us through the observations and what you experienced that day.
When I got onto fixed route, the buses have what they call a request stop button. So when you press the button, it notifies the driver to the stop that you're getting off.
Yeah.
But on Friday, when I utilized fixed route, I wasn't able to use the button because it wasn't working. And when I had asked the driver whether this was, normal to them, and then he says that it's on intermittently, and I'm like, okay, well, so again, we go back from technology to low tech, from high tech to low tech, because I had to yell out my stop to the driver twice for him to know where I needed
Right.
to get off.
Evelyn, I want to read a little bit from your letter here, and this is a letter you wrote to the executive manager of the Regional Transit, Mr. Sal Babalta. And yeah, Sal is actually on the Zoom, so we're gonna bring him in. Can we get Mr. B in, Mike? Okay. But just in reading some of these observations, now this is a Friday. You went out Friday on the transit, and your observations of the service that day. Observation 1, 11 in the morning. The red line was down. You were told that it wouldn't be available till 1:30. No backup bus available. Observation 2. Orange line, no accessible marking, which would indicate if it was ramped or equipped. You asked 2 drivers if the line was accessible for individuals using a mobility device. Was told that it's not. For the past 12 years, Regional Transit has only operated accessible vehicles on fixed and demand routes as well as paratransit services. You cannot use the orange line to go to retirement fund, Coast 360, Social Security, Pay Less, Cost You Less. These are locations that you frequently visit. This lack of accessible service violates your civil rights. You also cite here in one of your observations lack of maintenance and cleanliness at the Harmon Drug bus stop. Waiting for Blue Line 1 at the stop, had difficulty getting into the shelter for shade. The entry ramp was full of trash, blocking access. You had to have other people clear the trash so you could enter. There are a few obvious other observations here. You talked about the request for stop button. And then in your last observation, where you ended your riding day at 6:30, you observed a porta potty for transit passengers located at the Agotnia hub. This is a good service for passengers. However, it was not large enough to be accessible for individuals using a mobility device. All stops and all facility amenities must be accessible for the public. This includes access to public restrooms. This lack of accessible amenity is a violation of civil rights. And you close your letter by asking for Mr. Babalta's expeditious attention regarding these matters. And so, I know that in your letter you asked for a response within 14 days. Well, we're trying to speed that up a little bit by getting the Regional Transit Director, Mr. Sal Babalta, on. Good morning, Mr. B. Unmute, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Evelyn and Chris, and of course Sabrina.
Good morning.
Some pretty heavy observations here on Miss Evelyn's part, and I'm sure you're no stranger to this. Miss Evelyn, I commend you for what you're doing, because you aren't just talking the talk. I mean, you're out here in your mobility device on the front line, finding out what works, what doesn't. And I think where some people kind of get rubbed the wrong way is you let people know about it. Which is, that's how you get stuff solved, right?
Yeah, that's me.
So, Mr. B, we'll go ahead and give you the floor. Your responses.
Well, let me just say that GRTA is trying its best to accommodate all of the riders with respect to the resources that we have. As a matter of fact, we've accommodated riders in the past who were having some trouble with their roommate at their apartments, and we go all out to help the riders out. No, hold on a second. We've gone out and provided tickets to riders who are in need of tickets.
Oh, Lord.
To do that. And I can tell you that with regards to the vehicles that we're purchasing, we've been trying to purchase vehicles for quite a long time now, like about 2 years. They're finally coming in, hopefully around July or August. And these vehicles, Chris and Sabrina, when we put them out on the road, we make sure that it's safe. As a matter of fact, the past couple months, I was in Hawaii a couple of times observing. I was observing Honolulu's paratransit, and all of their handy vans are high floors. The reason why we bought some high floors is because in Guam, In Guam, our roads are not in the best shape. In Guam, we're picking riders in very remote areas that require a higher level of vehicle versus the lower floor vehicles. So that when we pick up and drop off riders, we'll have some flexibility within our fleet. So with regards to buying vehicles, we're making sure that the vehicles we buy are able to accommodate our riders wherever they may be, and we're accommodating riders throughout the island of Guam. Chris and Sabrina, I initiated a passenger reaction questionnaire for our riders, and the great majority of the response that we get, of course, it's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect, but the great majority of the responses from our riders is that the service that we're providing at GRTA now is much better than what it was before. So are we perfect? No, we're not. Do we have challenges? Yes, we do have some challenges, but we're addressing those challenges. For those fixed routes where the vehicle that we're using is not ADA compliant. Whenever there's a rider who needs a ride, I have backup driver to pick up those riders who need ADA compliant vehicle to be transported. We, for the month of March, we haven't denied any rider transportation with regards to, paratransit riders, because I've sat down with my team and look at what we have and ensure that with the resources that we have, we're going to do our darn best to provide paratransit riders with the rights that they need. Mm-hmm. And based on the American with Disabilities Act, riders can call in, riders call in a day before, and we are obligated by law to provide transportation. So, but on the other hand, whenever riders call in at the last minute and say, hey, I want to make some changes, we accommodate those riders and we have the capability. So, Chris and Sir, I tell you, it's been a big challenge. This agency, like before, this agency has been in existence for over 10 years. People were being denied transportation in the past. Now we're doing our best to make things better, and we're moving in the direction of making sure that we provide our transit system, the best for riders to take advantage of. So it's challenging. It's challenging, but we're going to continue to do our best to make things better.
Mm-hmm. Can we go through her observations though? With the red line on observation 1, red line was down. This was Friday.
When was that?
Friday. Observation
Friday,
1.
It was down, but it was recovered, and we made some changes in the afternoon to make sure that we have an RBOC on that route. Yes, it was down momentarily, but then we brought it back up again for the rest of the day. We did that.
Observation 2, seated in paratransit vehicle at Social Security parking lot in Tidzin. Wide van. This is the orange. Is this the orange line? Yeah, an orange line.
We have orange line that operates. That's being that vehicle that we're using with that is a 12-passenger vehicle, and like I said, paratransit riders who wish to take the fixed route, if they're waiting, and GRTA, the Transit Management Center, is contacted, somebody from GRTA will go out and pick up that rider. But be advised that paratransit riders, they call in and make their reservations, and they don't have to take the fixed route. They can, they have that option, but more or less it's best for them to call and get paratransit service, because then they are guaranteed to get a ride. Mm-hmm. And but Orange, we operate Orange consistently, and it's operational.
Mm-hmm. But Orange Line is not accessible for paratransit.
It's not the vehicle that we're using is not ADA compliant. But if a rider is waiting on Orange, that is a mobility device, we respond by sending a driver out to pick up that rider and drop him off or her off at revenue and tax or wherever the case may be.
If I may interject here, that day when I needed it to access, I needed to go to the bank, and they weren't able to accommodate that on Para, so I decided to take fixed route.
Okay.
When I went on fixed route, of course, Orange Line had the access to the location that I need to go, but because it was not ADA, I wasn't able to access that vehicle. So to respond to your question, whether we call in to make a schedule on Para, yes, that works. But in the event that the schedule is so-called fully booked or tight, they're not able to accommodate that. So the alternative, and if I can remind everyone, GRTA is a shared ride system, whether it's fixed route or paratransit. All vehicles must be ADA compliant, and yes, for the past 12 years, GRTA has not utilized non-ADA vehicle until my observation on Friday. That's when I said, again, we're doing this again, really? And that came as a surprise to me because, like I said, after 12 years, for the past 12 years, GRTA has not utilized a non-ADA vehicle until just now. So I'm going to reiterate to your question, Mr. Babauta. No, we cannot just call in and say that, I need a ride here, because it depends upon the availability of schedule. And that is why fixed route is there, and it too must be at ADA accessible, so that anyone who wishes to access fixed route is accommodated, rather than being surprised with something like that, or calling in and waiting for an available unit. I had to deal with that several times because the schedule being tight or fully booked. So I do understand that the agency would do its best with its current fleet. But these are repetitive issues that has been ongoing. But the most shocking part to me was when I saw a non-ADA vehicle again. And that was repaired for 12 years, like I said. And then here we go seeing that again. So when it comes to shared ride, that's pertaining to fixed and para. So all vehicles, whether it's fixed or para, should be ADA accessible. And the rider does not need to call in if he or she is accessing the fixed route, because that is why it's a shared ride system.
Well, we wanted to, we wanted to link you up, Mr. B, because these sound like some pretty heavy observations, and I'm sure you could appreciate where Evelyn is coming from, because we are kind of running out of time here. And
well, let me just say, Chris, let me just say that I tell you what, if there's anybody in paratransit that's being provided additional service, it's Miss Evelyn Duenas. I can assure you that right now for a fact. But let me just say that, when I first came on board, like I said before, one of the first things that I did was order buses. I'm waiting for those buses. It's going on 2 years. As soon as those buses show up, I can tell you that we will be providing a much, much better service than what we're providing right now, despite our shortcomings. But I can assure you that we're doing our best to provide the best service possible to our customers. And Ms. Evelyn Duenas, factually speaking, GRT has been providing her with the most service that anyone than any other paratransit riders. I can tell you that right now.
So I don't appreciate that because the system belongs to everybody. I don't appreciate that. And it's equal access, and you know that. So do your professional, and those things shouldn't have been mentioned. And you're drifting away from confidentiality, so. And again, that is, everybody listening to this, but
Okay,
you're drifting away from confidentiality.
Okay, Miss Evelyn, we're gonna go ahead and thank you, Mr. B. Keep me posted, Evelyn, on how this works out for you guys. But yeah, if we're concerned about confidentiality on Miss Evelyn's part, then I just want to go ahead and cut this interview short because I don't want to get anything out there that you guys aren't comfortable with. So we appreciate your efforts, Mr. Vivalta. Keep us posted, both sides. I know that we've had Mr. B on before. And I remember he said, hey, the people who ride this bus are the people that we want to make happy. And so that's what we're trying to do there. It's 9:54 on the link. Let's go ahead and go back into the Zoom room. Jay, can we go back into the Zoom room? For Harlem Hikes. This is a great partnership we have with Manetlu, right?
Manetlu and an FMALIC youth mentorship program. And once again, we're going to be debuting another episode tonight on KUAM News Extra. And of course, we've got the beautiful Eva online with us, and she's got some of the mentors that are with us to kind of take us through what we are going to be seeing this evening. Hafide, Eva, who do we have? Unmute.
Wonderful. That always happens when we're on the call with the youth, and they're always like, Saina or Senorita. Anyway, buenos dias, mananecitos. Thank you for having us again. And of course, thank you for having our program featured here on KUAM. And so present with us today is all of our team members are here. So we're very happy to be here. We'll go ahead and just give you an introduction and then we'll talk a little bit about Iseng Sung Pagat, which is what the next feature is. So if you enjoyed Harlem Hikes and our stroll to Hilaan, we kind of started off with a beautiful stroll, an easy hike, and now we're going to get a little bit more into the depths of the islands. So with Iseng Sung Pagat, and we'll share more with you about what that looks like. So again, I am Eva Agan Cruz, also known as Eva Tamorita. I am the project director at Inafamalik Youth. And go ahead and introduce yourselves, mentors. Let's go for G. Pagu G.
Hey, welcome to me. You can call me Georgie for this interview. I'm the project assistant for Inafamalik Youth. Thank you for having us again.
Jesus Masi G. Pagu Atu.
Happy day, everyone. Guahusi Atu, Daniel Stone Jr. I am a youth development assistant here for Inafamalik Youth.
Okay. Malek, Sijas Masi, Haku Ensu.
Salu, Guahusi Lawrence, aka Ensu, and I'm also a youth development assistant.
Haku Star Puti Un.
Hafide, buenas, Guahusi Starlet Cruz, also known as Putiin or Star. It's nice to see you guys again.
Okay, Hagu Cass.
Oh, Hafide, Guahusi Cassidy. I'm a junior mentor here with the team, and thank you for having us back again.
Pago Pago Riley.
Buenas. My name is Riley. I'm also a junior mentor, and it's also good to see you guys again.
Okay, so next week we won't need introductions because we'll be familiar here. All right, so again, the Harlem Hike series is also a part of our curriculum that we bring to our youth. We do have an after school and a summer program coming up. And summer, we're looking to be in person and be stationed out of the Second Kutsuran Chamorro Cultural Center. So if you have youth who are in the ages of 14 to 17, please find us on Instagram or Facebook, or look us up at inafamalicyouth.org. Just youth who want to get deeper with their culture, explore our roots, understand our history, and get into some of our cultural activities and into the land that we'll be offering. All right, so Haget. So for this episode, I'm going to go ahead and let our host, who is here with us, we have a different host on this episode, and he can kind of tell you a little bit more about what to expect when you go on this hike, and also what to expect when you watch the episode. And that would be Atsu.
Hi. I guess for this episode, I wanted to really focus on getting a little more context to exactly what's significant about going to these places. You know, it's one thing to just hike for aesthetic's sake, but it's another thing to actually know what's important about the ecosystem of the location, and if there's Lati sites we're visiting, you know, the significance of what we can learn from those Lati sites, and just general stuff that's edible there, and things you can do, to, I guess, be more, to be more considerate of other people that go there as well. As these are public spaces. Yeah, just stuff like that.
So this episode goes a little bit more into the flora and the fauna. We get a little bit more in depth about what you can find there. So when we went in, we actually had some of the mentors try some of the lada. I don't know if you guys are all familiar with the noni tree. So if you eat kind of the fruit of the noni tree when it's really young, they say it's a nice antioxidant, just a real nice immunity boost. So Cass and Riley, want to tell us about your experience with the lada tree, and if it's your new favorite, your new favorite vitamin to take every morning. What do you guys think about that?
When I got to try it, it was so bitter. I tried before. What is that called? Miss Eva was just explaining what it does and what are the benefits, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll try it. And then she gave me a small one. And I was like, oh, it's so small. And then so I grabbed a bigger one, not realizing how bitter it was, and I just ate the whole thing.
Well, now you're going to live to be 180.
Yeah, and not that, when she says bigger, she means this big. Please don't try to consume the fruit that is, anything bigger than a penny or something, because good luck if you do. I've never tried it. We just we kind of chomped on the flowers and the little ones. How about you, Cass? Did you like it? Have you been having more lada now? Whenever you see it,
Also, once in a blue moon. It was very, very bitter for me. I don't plan on eating it anymore.
We used to play war with that.
It helps.
Right, yeah. We'd let it get rotten, and then we play war with it. Me and my cousins would be like, that's our grenade, and you don't want to get hit. If you think it tastes bad, try getting it all over your face.
Yeah, definitely not. So Ensu, do you think you can talk about some of the special features of this hike, and what the actual resources that we were able to observe and to walk through?
Yeah, so one thing that we really tried to focus on with this hike was looking at the limestone caves down there, the freshwater source. and then also just really bringing some context to the Laddie site there. And just, I know we had some footage in this hike featuring the Laddie stones, the Lustung, all the pottery shards as well. And just really showing like that shift in the terrain. And also, I know Atsu added a little part there about the limestone and how it's tough to walk on that when we're hiking, and how our ancestors that lived there might have been the first ones to use Zori. So there's a lot of good content that Atsu included in this one, and we're just excited for you guys to see it.
Yes, absolutely. And then if anyone's actually been to Paga, it's kind of a longer hike. Yeah. So we did, or it's just kind of, it's a more intense hike for sure. So, you know, we did spend time walking through the trail, showing the different signs. Paga is marked. There's a lot of guides along the way. So, but definitely to prepare physically. How's that hike coming up, G?
It's really good for your heart, I'll tell you that much. If you're looking for another way to do cardio other than, you know, go into paradise or something and you don't want people next to you, definitely Pocket is the way to go.
That's good for your dog and up the steps on the way back.
Yeah,
Right.
I've been on the Pocket hike, and oh man, it's so beautiful and it's worth it, but it can be treacherous if you're not, you know,
Yep.
prepared.
What comes down must go up.
Right.
Yeah.
But it's worth it. Like I said, it really is. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, we're definitely excited for this episode, and we're really just so proud to partner up with Anafa Maulika and Manetlu.
So thank you once again, Eva and the crew. And we are going to be airing episode 2 tonight on KUM News Extra. You don't want to miss it. Thanks again.
All right. See you, Masi.
We'll see you again next week.
Ongamas, there you go. Harlem hikes. We're doing this every week. First hike was Hilaan. That was last week. It was a great segment. This is debuting, Jay, in about an hour.
Yeah, so it's going to be on Facebook Live at 11, and we're putting up the Super HD version. So, like, the colors really, really pop. I took a look at the final cut.
Colors be popping.
Yeah, it is amazing.
Yeah.
And last week, I really loved last week. And, you know, the music by Dakota.
Dakota.
I really liked it.
Yeah, it was
it's
good
so
stuff.
hip and fresh.
Hip and fresh, you know.
I
Hey,
really liked it.
hip and fresh, guys. All right, good job today, Mike.
Make fun of me.
Getting better. Getting better. Jason, good job.
Thank you. Good show. Good show.
Sabrina, good job.
Good job.
Master Control, thank you guys. KUM, we got your 6 with our primetime broadcast. Again, brought to you by East West Rental, Calvo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier. This has been the Monday, March 29th episode of The Link. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Right on. Leaving you with this one from Boomer. Stay in your lane. Again, thanks for jamming with us on KUM TV on our Facebook Live feed. Guasi Chris está. Adios!
Bye.